Gentlemen, if you could please take your seat, we will begin shortly. Thank you.
I figure after 7 years, I get to come on to some Clint Eastwood kind of music. Thank you, New York, for not waking up too early. Thank you to those who are here. We sold out at about 550, but clearly a couple hundred people are still in bed or something. I want to thank Google for the live stream. I have a feeling that's one of the reasons folks are not here. But 300 of you are here, and this is an amazing event. The agenda is I'm most excited about this agenda of all the 7 I've ever done. And it's not only because we're starting with Fred Wilson, who just happened to score another home run with his early investment in Tumblr. It's the theme. And so this is something that I've been thinking about for about a year and a half as I've worked on a new book. The infrastructure which will allow us to live the lives that have previously been consigned to science fiction. In order to visualize that, I worked with a data artist who's here in New York named Jer Thorpe, who's very well known. And I want to show you something, not that. Bring it up, and I'm going to walk you through it. This is the data visualization we created for this event. This is an impression. That box and each one of the little things in the box is an impression that's created when you cross the threshold of a web page or a mobile app. And an advertisement is about to be sent to you. How many of you come from the world of programmatic ad tech? Okay, about 15 to 20% of you. For the rest of you, this may be something new. So here's an impression, and oh, snap. Looks like it timed out. Can we get that back up, please? Why do live demos always do this? It works perfectly on the web. 30,000 people have seen it. So you can get it back up and just hit play and OK. So the impression is all the information that's known about you as you walk into, so to speak, this web page, and an ad's about to be delivered to you. There it is on a tablet, the page. The New York Times is used as an example. So an impression request is generated with all that information that's known about you, right? That goes to the publisher's ad server, and that publisher sees if they've already directly sold that ad to an advertiser or marketer. If it has not been directly sold, if that impression does not match direct sold inventory, it's sent into this world of the exchanges, the programmatic exchanges. All those exchanges take a look at this impression, they examine it, and they might add more data to it in order to make it more valuable for them from the buy side. And then they create a third-party auction where they bid on that impression. And then it does a second price auction, and somebody wins. That's a smiley face. And that impression is then sent to dynamic creative optimization so that the right creative can be sent for just that single impression. And that impression is then sent back and fulfilled through an advertising server to the publisher. This all happens at about 120 milliseconds. It happens thousands of times on one page every second. And it happens millions or hundreds of millions of times a minute around the web, and billions and billions and billions of times a day around the web, whether it's mobile or PC or increasingly everywhere, like your car. So this visualization, which we created to sort of make Terry, who will be here in 15 or 20 minutes, Terry's Lumascape come to life, has been seen by about 30,000 people since we debuted it last week. Thanks very much to Adobe, our presenting sponsor, for making it possible. Go check it out. You can play with it. It's interactive. But really the reason that I wanted you to see it is because the infrastructure that you just saw that allows for these billions of transactions to happen is an infrastructure that's extraordinary because it's all about a one-to-one transaction in real time, where we're talking about one person, one impression, one opportunity to get one message in the right context, driven by programmatic rules and data, to that person from a marketer. That is really different than buying scatter in the spot market. That's very, very different than buying a 30-second ad on a network. It's a completely new world. We're really in the very, very, very early stages of how that works. And what fascinates me about this, and the reason the theme is bridging data and humanity, is because this may be true that our industry is building this infrastructure to deliver this marketing in real time, singularly to one person and one impression. But when you think about it, this infrastructure can be doing so much more than that. This exact same infrastructure can be informing the thermostat that you turn up, the car that you get into, the doctor's office that you visit, every interaction that may occur between humanity and other humans, between us and objects, between objects and objects. In one generation, everything will be negotiated through an infrastructure like this. So our industry is creating an infrastructure that I believe will be one of the most important artifacts that we've ever created. And we have a large responsibility not to screw that up, in my opinion. That's the framing for the conference. And quite honestly, we have an open infrastructure right now. Almost anybody can join it. Anybody can create an exchange, can buy on the exchange, can sell on the exchange. That makes for some messy, interesting problems and opportunities. And we're going to be talking about those today and tomorrow. So let's get started. First of all, I wanted to thank our sponsors. Adobe, thank you very much, our presenting sponsor. Our diamond sponsors, American Express, Open Forum, Bazaar Voice, and Federated Media, my company. Google, Twitter. Our platinum sponsors, Avedon, Microsoft, and our gold sponsors, AOL Networks, Axiom, Blend Interactive, Blue Kai, Yahoo, and Exalate. Thank you guys very much. You make all of this possible. Please give them a round of applause for me. Thank you. And let's get to the conversations, because that's really what it's all about. I'm really pleased that, I knew this Tumblr deal was going to happen. No, I didn't. But it certainly seems interesting that the CMO of Yahoo is going to open tomorrow morning, and the early investor in Tumblr, Fred Wilson, is joining us right now. So please join me in welcoming Fred Wilson to the stage. I'm going to let you sit here, and I'll sit here. I really wasn't planning on talking about Tumblr with you. I thought we'd spend maybe 20 or 30 minutes talking about Foursquare.
Well, maybe in a year we'll be doing that.
Next year. But given that that's the deal of the moment, can you tell me why does it make sense for Yahoo to buy Tumblr?
Well, I think native advertising is really important, particularly as we transition from desktop to mobile. And it's important for marketers to be able to insert themselves into the medium. And Yahoo has probably the biggest display business of any company, possibly outside of Google. And I think that they don't have a big social platform, didn't have a big social platform that presented the opportunity to do native advertising and deeply immersive social conversational marketing, and now they do. I think it's an important strategic place for them to be on the advertising side. And then I also think on the product side, it was a gaping hole in their product portfolio, and I think Marissa is extremely talented, product-centric CEO, and I think she knew that, and I think she probably calculated that it would be too hard to build it. We're 5-7 years into the social platform business, and she probably figured there was no way to get there by building it internally, and so she needed to make a buy. So I think it makes sense for Yahoo in both dimensions.
Now, in their initial press release, Yahoo promised not to screw it up.
Right.
On the other hand, what you're pointing to it strikes me, if Yahoo wants to really leverage this asset, they're going to need to figure out how to integrate it.
Well, I think the question is, where do you integrate, right? I think the mistake on Flickr was they tried to integrate it from a product perspective. The big moment, I think, where Yahoo started to screw up Flickr was when they forced all the Flickr users to use their Yahoo identity to participate in the Flickr community as opposed to their Flickr identity. And so that was kind of a forced product integration that was disrespectful of the community. I think with Tumblr, hopefully, they've learned that the product should be what it is, and that the integration should be in places where Yahoo can add value, and where Tumblr, frankly, has not necessarily been able to do it themselves.
Like advertising, for example.
Well, not just advertising. Look, putting the Tumblr property on Yahoo's infrastructure, for example, I think will increase the reliability and scalability of Tumblr dramatically in the way that YouTube benefited from being on Google's infrastructure. So that's one place. Advertising is another. I mean, Tumblr has been pushing their native advertising system into the marketplace for the past year. It's a beautiful system. They say to a marketer, create a Tumblr, post beautiful content to the Tumblr, and that could be video, it could be imagery, it could be GIFs, it could be anything. And then we will allow you to promote that throughout the community, much the way Twitter does. And yet, marketers are saying, look, we're already doing this with Facebook, we're already doing it with YouTube, we're already doing it with Twitter. I mean, how many more of these do we have to do? And so it's been hard for Tumblr. They're making good progress. I'm not suggesting that they weren't going to get there on their own, but Yahoo has all those relationships. They have big budgets from those marketers, and for them to say to those marketers, look, why don't you take $10 million out of your budget and stop buying banners and start buying promoted native content inside Tumblr, that's huge for Tumblr. That's going to get them parity with Facebook and Twitter and YouTube in marketers' mindsets in a way that they might not have been able to ever get on their own.
Well, no, you just said something that I'm very interested in, and I wrote a bit about it on Sunday. You said take $10 million from the display, So clearly the display business is in a wrenching evolution right now.
Right.
And Yahoo has a massive display business. It also has a very large exchange business,
right,
which actually was one of the first.
Correct. Right Media was the first.
Right Media in 2006, I
right.
think it was. And both of those have been sort of, I wouldn't say foundering, but not exactly killing it.
Right.
So are you suggesting that those dollars just move directly over to a native solution like to Tumblr, or is it perhaps, do you believe that display advertising, as we understand it, is a threatened species?
I do. And I don't like programmatic very much either, because...
We're going to get into that.
You want to get into it now, or do you want me to get into it later?
No, well, first tell me why you don't like display, and then we can discuss why you don't like programmatic.
Display is intrusive, number one. It doesn't add any value to the conversation, number two. And because of those two things, people ignore it. I mean, it performs at a price. That price keeps going down year after year after year. And it's just not the best way to connect to a potential or existing customer.
Now, Yahoo has a massive display business.
Correct.
Do you think Tumblr is going to be enough in this scenario? Where
well, first of all, I don't think display is going to go to zero tomorrow. I think it's just a long, slow decline, mostly driven by CPM compression. And I think that what Marissa will do is she will find better ways of advertising in social and mobile and whatever the future brings. Glasses and watches and cars, dashes and whatever, drones and whatever else it is that we're going to be putting advertising.
We're going to put ads on drones.
I'm sure we'll see ads on drones at some point. Well, the drones will be flying over our house. We're in our backyard barbecue with our friends doing whatever we're doing. We're going to look up.
Kingsford charcoal.
Exactly.
So tell me, how do you think that that's going to happen without a programmatic infrastructure?
Well, look, I like to think of things in this respect as man versus machine. And to put it in my business, man is when my partner Brad and I sat down with David Karp and convinced him to take $350,000 from us and drop everything else he was doing back in 2007. And machine is some dude in a hedge fund firing off trading instructions, per nanosecond, right? And I just feel like, humans face to face doing what humans do is a better way to conduct business, and I think it's a better way to conduct advertising. So I like this emerging concept of native advertising where the marketer is a participant in the system. On Twitter, you have a profile on Twitter. The Nike profile on Twitter is identical to the Fred Wilson profile on Twitter. It can do almost everything the same. It is effectively the same. It might have a verified link. Other than that, it's effectively the same. And therefore, they are a peer of mine in the system. And I love that peer-to-peer model where we're all together engaging with each other, and at the right moments, the marketers will be able to engage. Now, I do think targeting is very important, and I do think there's a tremendous amount of technology to make native advertising work. But things like exchanges and arbitrage and all the stuff that happens on Wall Street, injecting that into the advertising ecosystem, to me, takes us to a bad place, not a good place.
I agree with you on the arbitrage. I think the industry has far too much of it between sort of the two pillars of it, which is the potential customer / consumer and the marketer.
Right.
Right. And the customer either is a direct relationship or it's a relationship moderated by a service or a publisher, right? Mm-hmm. It's attention given to a publisher or a service. It's interesting that arbitrage has really occurred quite dramatically in the last couple of years, and we're going to be talking about that throughout the day. We're going to be hearing from a lot of folks about what happens when people take advantage of that situation. But at the end of the day, that kind of programmatic infrastructure, wouldn't you argue, is necessary to get to that direct connection so that Nike can find that potential customer and get the right message in front of them?
Well, the question is who's providing that programmatic infrastructure? I like the model where Twitter runs their system and runs their targeting, and their CPMs can't be commoditized by a marketplace, and they can defend their CPMs, and they can defend their territory, and they can monetize the service in a way that's very appropriate. That they don't have to put a gazillion ads on their platform because their ads perform and their ads are priced at a premium rate. And to me, the problem with programmatic and exchanges is it just drives everything down to the least common denominator, and it takes all the creativity out of it. I mean, when Tumblr goes to see agencies and says, you can go back to doing what you were doing, you can create beautiful 15-second or 30-second spots, you can create great imagery, you can do fun stuff with rich media, agencies are like, yes, we can do it again, we can do what we used to do.
Yeah, but they want guaranteed distribution.
They want everything. That's the reality. They're the customer.
Right. But if you can't just put that great creativity up on Tumblr or anywhere else without knowing how you're going to get people to view it.
Right. And so, it only works in systems with a lot of scale. It works at YouTube, it works at Twitter, it works at Facebook, it works at Tumblr.
So are you arguing that, in fact, this is over and the big guys have won and there's no more innovation and we can't...
No. I'm arguing that you were right way back in... When did you start Federated?
05.
You were right back in 05, that conversational marketing, that this whole thing, blogging was the beginning of social media. Well, maybe GeoCities and
I was going to, not make the draw the parallels between GeoCities, your big win with Yahoo in '99, and Tumblr.
Well, maybe
now.
Personal homepages. GeoCities wasn't the only one.
Right.
Tripod and others actually. AngelFire, is that right? And then blogging. Anything that's self-expression, right, is inherently social. And when you started Federated, you said, this is where marketers need to be. There's this incredibly rich, diverse, engaged thing happening on the internet, and that's where the action's going to be. And you nailed it.
Why, thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't start something called Facebook, which I'm just curious because I find a bit of potential contradiction in what you're saying. And the thing that I like about the programmatic ecosystem is that it's open.
Right.
That anybody can start something like a bunch of maniacs in Boulder, Colorado did at Legit, which is a business that we combined with Federated, and create an open exchange and start to connect, for us, a long tail of publishers to marketers otherwise they would never have a relationship with.
Well, I think that's going to have to happen, right? Because marketers are going to, in the native social domain, I think marketers are going to say, I can't do this anymore. I can't engage with Facebook one-on-one and YouTube one-on-one and Twitter one-on-one and Yahoo/Tumblr one-on-one and Pinterest one-on-one and Instagram one-on-one and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I do think that native needs to develop platforms, and whether they're going to be called exchanges or whether they're going to look more like PubMatic and AdMeld. What are those things called?
That's part of the exchange ecosystem now.
Right.
I mean, they would call themselves.
We need Terry out here.
Software as services is.
We need Terry to come out and draw, his thing all over again.
As I understand it, Terry's adding a zero to the Lumascape, so now it's not 3,000 companies; it will be 30,000 companies.
Oy. What have we done to ourselves? So I think in targeting and possibly programmatic can be a part of that. It probably will be a part of that.
Yeah. Well, good. I've turned you from no way to probably. I feel good about that. I want to pivot for a second here because we don't have that much time, and there's going to be time for questions. There are mics, I believe, set up. Yeah, I can see them here. So if you want to ask Fred a question, don't raise the lights yet, though. Thank you. You hadn't made an investment in a couple of years.
Correct.
Tumblr return happened 2 weeks after you made your first investment in what some might call an anarcho-cryptist fantasy called Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. Paul Ford, writing in Businessweek, said, Bitcoin's decentralized trust. There is nothing to trust, in other words, between humans, and again, data and humans. Bitcoins are pure data, pure machine processing, a new kind of currency. There's nothing to trust but math, he wrote. Now, I know that he's a skeptic, or sort of a happy, embracing skeptic. It's a great hoax that works. How do you respond to that?
I love that line. I love everything about that. And to me, math. I mean, I'm a math person at heart. And my son's a math person at heart. And when I say to my son, Josh, why do you like math? And he said, because there's a right answer, Dad. When I write an essay for my English teacher and she gives me a C, it feels so subjective to me. With math, I know that 4.25 was the right answer, and it's unequivocally the right answer. And if I get it right, I got it right. And if I got it wrong, I got it wrong. And so math is something we can trust in. It's truth.
Why invest in Bitcoin? It seemed like sort of a hacker, almost like investing in, a pretty good privacy encryption in 1994.
Well, look, I don't know whether it's going to be Bitcoin or some derivative or fork of Bitcoin, but I do feel that we are losing trust over time in our institutions, our banks, our governments. They can't fuck us over anymore. It's just enough. And so we need to come up with something new that we can trust in. And a lot of these institutions that we're gaining trust in are on the internet, and they're communities. They're things like Reddit and Tumblr and maybe Bitcoin too. And they're based on protocols, open protocols, things like RSS and HTTP and SMTP and potentially Bitcoin as well. And we may be completely wrong. This may be a fantasy. I mean, the whole thing is kind of ridiculous. It's invented by a guy named Satoshi who can't name.
It doesn't exist.
Maybe does, maybe doesn't. Who knows? It's out of a sci-fi novel. I mean, it's straight out of a sci-fi novel. And yet, I mean, sci-fi novels are about the best thing that you could possibly read if you want to invest. I mean, Twitter was predicted by Neil Stephenson in Snow Crash, right? So, I don't know. It feels right to me. It's a gut bet.
It's a gut bet.
Yeah.
How much money did you put into that gut bet?
$2.5.
$2.5 million.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. I'm sorry, just one more question about Bitcoin. You paid in U.S. dollars.
I would have loved to send them Bitcoin, but buying $2.5 million US dollars of Bitcoin in any short period of time to do a closing would have been difficult, and then they would have had to unwind it because many of the things that they have to buy they can't pay for in Bitcoin yet.
Right,
so
right.
it would have been impractical.
Right,
but it would have
right.
been cool.
The idea, it would have been cool. The idea of Bitcoin, can you just give us
One good application for it?
what is it?
It's a bunch of different things at the same time. It's a protocol at its core. It feels to me a lot like an open internet protocol that nobody controls and nobody can control. But it's also a method of transferring money. So a good example is
But really money as determined by the two parties. In other words, value, not
correct.
necessarily.
Well, there's a marketplace for Bitcoin, right? I mean, there is an active marketplace for Bitcoin right now, and if you want to take if you want to take one Bitcoin and turn it to dollar or yen or Swiss franc or whatever, you can do that, right? And there's volatility, which you'll have to accept some risk, but you can do that. But if you lived in Malawi and I wanted to send you money, probably the very best way for me to send you money would be for me to convert my dollars to Bitcoin, send you Bitcoin, and then you convert your Bitcoin into kwacha or whatever the currency is in Malawi. And it wouldn't cost a dime to do that transaction. If you tried to do that through the banking system, it would be ridiculous. It would be expensive and burdensome. So, there's lots of examples of where things like Bitcoin are tremendously useful.
But it's another example also of an open internet protocol not controlled by anybody, which would include not controlled or regulated by government.
They will regulate it. They will regulate, and they'll regulate it at the edges, right? They can't regulate Bitcoin, but they can regulate the exchange of Bitcoin to dollar. They can regulate the exchange of Bitcoin to kwacha or whatever other currency you might want to buy. I keep some kwacha in my office because when my daughter came back from Malawi, she couldn't get anybody to give her anything of value for it. So to me, it's just I have it on my bookshelf. To me, it's just an example of what's wrong with our current monetary system.
Are there questions for Fred before we? Okay, go up to the mic if you could, because we have the live stream going. We want to make sure you get.
Hey, Fred. Greg Tarr from Cross Pacific Capital. Question for you on recruiting here in New York City. I'm based in Palo Alto as a seed investor, born and raised here in New York, and starting to participate with a couple of Google guys. One of the concerns is the operational talent that's been seasoned through a number of startups that I would typically find roaming the streets in Palo Alto. And we're trying to hire, the typical assortment of product managers, engineers, et cetera. Wanted to get your take on that currently and in the future as we ramp up the Cornell Technion program.
Well, I think it's an evolution. It's better than it was 5 years ago, and it'll be better 5 years from now. There's a lot of talented engineers. We have companies like Foursquare and Etsy and Tumblr that have gone from 2 engineers to 50 to 100 to 150 engineers over the past 4 or 5 years. It absolutely can be done. You just need to commit to do it. And I'm not even sure it's any harder to do it here than it is in Silicon Valley. The thing that Silicon Valley benefits from is there's a system. People know how to do it. They have recruiters who know how to do it. They have CEOs and teams that have scaled companies time and time again. So there's just a know-how about how to do it that we're still developing here in New York, but the talent we have.
Fred, thank you for your presentation. My name is James Lee. I work for investment firm COSA. 2 questions regarding the Tumblr acquisition. First being, that wasn't mentioned on the call yesterday. How important do you think is the investment for Yahoo in terms of building the advertising ecosystem like Facebook, like LinkedIn, in terms of, number 1, open up the API, and number 2, build an army of ad developers to foster that ecosystem? And secondly, the race to identity. The 2 companies has done very well in that Google and Facebook. Is this a strategic acquisition for Yahoo to build out that identity so they can track user across the screen? Because right now you can't really track cookies, beyond the mobile wall. Thanks.
Those are two great questions. I don't have an answer for either of them. I think it's inevitable that people are going to build APIs into these native advertising systems. Certainly Yahoo has the expertise and the relationships to do that. So I would think that that's a no-brainer for them. The identity piece is more complicated. It's a longer discussion. I think identity is critical. It's right. You're right that Facebook and Google are ahead of everybody else in that regard. Twitter is a distant third. That's probably my greatest disappointment. Is I think Twitter could have been right there if they had played their hand a little bit differently with identity. I don't know. I don't know how many identity services are going to be on the internet of scale. I'd like there to be more, but I'm not sure that it's easy for anybody to catch up to where Facebook and Google are now.
Hi there, Christine Cook. I'm with Flipboard, and I'm curious regarding native advertising. If you see any delineation in native as product, Nike has a Twitter account, Facebook has a wall, versus native as content. And I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do think we will see more and more native advertising in content. And I think Federated has probably innovated here more than anybody that I can think of. There's a lot of interesting companies that are now working on these problems. And that goes to John's point that we need an open ecosystem, and these sort of siloed systems like Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr and YouTube aren't necessarily good for the internet, and I would agree with him on that. So I do think that we're going to see a lot more happening that will be sort of in the blogosphere more broadly, and for publishers who are running their own CMSs to basically do native advertising. So yeah, I think that's. I'm not sure that not sure that I would put them in two separate camps. I'd ideally like to think of it as one broad ecosystem.
Yeah, that's the efficiency that we have to solve for. Absolutely, we're working on it.
I know that.
If there are no other questions is there one more? One more, and then we'll have to let Fred go.
Hey, Fred Bowens-Welly with Ad Monsters. Thanks for being here. Native has clearly blurred the lines between advertising and content. Where do you think that goes? It takes us in sort of 5 to 10 years in terms of the definition of what it means to be a publisher, or what it means to be an advertiser. Is that going to continue to get more fuzzy?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and I think that's a good thing. I want to get back to this concept of peer-to-peer, right? I think it's really fundamental, and it was a complete and total accident in the case of Twitter that Nike's Twitter account is identical to my Twitter account, because what happened was before Twitter could even figure out how to do native advertising, the marketers had already infiltrated Twitter and they'd opened up their Twitter accounts. And the fact that the marketer is a peer to me in that system means they're not really a marketer at some level. They're a publisher, they're a reader, they're a content creator. I mean, the more that we can get to a peer-to-peer architecture, I mean, this is for everything. And the more we can get to peer networks and peer-to-peer architectures, the better off the world is going to be.
Well put. Fred, thank you very much for joining us. Grab your water, yeah. Next up, I'm very pleased to steal a few minutes of this man's time. He is running a CEO conference tomorrow. He is the father of the Lumascape, and he's going to give us a quick high-order bit on the future of digital marketing. Please join me in welcoming Terry Kawaja to CM Summit.
Good morning, New York. So, all right, love that. So, I'm here to talk about the future of digital marketing. I'm really excited by this messaging, but we are in New York. After all, it's a real estate town, and in real estate, they all say it's all about location, location, location. Well, this morning, I kind of have the feeling that it's more about juxtalocation, 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 because they've got me sandwiched between Fred Wilson, one of the all-time great internet investors, and Neil Mohan, a guy that helps run one of the largest internet companies, if not the largest internet company. And so and you just heard about the, Fred's news recently. So I guess you could say I'm in between the $100 million man and a really rich guy. So, why am I here? I am, after all, an investment banker, so you got two, you're starting this conference with two money guys, right? An investor and now an advisor. And I gotta say that you really do, when you come from Wall Street, you have to sort of unlearn some of the bad habits they teach you. And one of them is something they call the red suit rule. And the red suit rule, which is the first thing they teach you when you go to work on Wall Street, is the proposition that if the client wants a red suit, sell him a red suit. Don't argue with him. Don't get in the way of revenue. Don't tell him how ridiculous he would look in a red suit. Just sell him the damn red suit. Well, at Luma, we think the exact opposite. We think that's really, really bad advice because it's ultimately not going to bring, value-added, high-quality solutions to your clients. And besides, there's just not that many people that look good in a red suit. Of course, there are exceptions. That image will haunt you. Maybe we'll just keep it up here for the rest of the day. Seriously, so the theme here is parting the clouds, and if you walk away with any messaging from my 10 minutes here, it ought to be these three things. Your takeaways are, number one, and this is a bit of a throwaway, but we are at the precipice, at an inflection point of the opportunity in digital marketing brought about by deep data science. There is a huge, huge opportunity. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Number two, that fragmentation is here to stay. My message is embrace it. Get used to it, get over it if you have a problem with it, because we're only going to see more. And remember, despite all of the fragmentation, it does bring about innovation. And after all, where would we be if we didn't have new technology, new tools, new formats? And the third point, which is related, is that in the marketing world of today, in the digital realm, the consumer is in control. I'll repeat that one. The consumer is in control. So everything we do around what kind of technology to apply, what business model, what ad format, what marketing initiative, all should be done under the premise that the consumer is in control. You heard Fred's comment with John about Tumblr and why they're more appealing in terms of their approach to content and soon to be advertising versus our more traditional and, I would argue, broken current system. So the title here is Parting the Clouds, so let's part the clouds. And sure enough, what's there? Surprise, surprise, it's a damn Lumascape. Look, this is a picture of lots of companies in the space which can look fragmented. And I agree with those who say, it's a lot of attention we're paying to all these intermediaries in the middle. And I would argue that that is true. We like the innovation, that's a good thing. But at the same time, we always have to remember who the principals are. So if you think of the principal players, there are only two principals on this slide. There's only two, the consumer and the marketer. And by the way, it's in that order. So got to remember the pecking order. Consumer first and foremost, then the marketer, then everybody else. Publishers, agencies, technology companies, data companies. Basically, a lot of the people in this room, you're third. And it's really, really important to remember that. Consumer first, then the marketer, then the consumer. After all, the marketer is just looking to build a relationship with the consumer. And as it turns out, we consumers, we actually want a relationship with brands. In fact, done right, marketing can create a relationship, and the consumer will walk to the marketer's door with check, credit card, cash, or Bitcoin in hand. Remind me to come back to Bitcoin. So if you think of, so this fragmented universe shouldn't be feared. It should be embraced. We're only going to see more of it, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. A few months back, the IAB came out and suggested, well, maybe this focus on all these companies is not good for the industry. Maybe we need more standardization. And they came out with a graphic they called the arena, which is this dartboard-like circle thing that puts brand in the middle. And I agree, brand, that's the marketer. Remember, they're number 2 on the pecking order list. And the one thing that and they suggested that this graphic ought to replace the LumaScape as a better way to think about our ecosystem. Well, I have one big question, and that is, where's the consumer in this? You can't have a discussion about a marketing ecosystem without the single most important player, the consumer. And they set it up as, either or. I would argue we can have both. You can use graphics for either one. And besides, it's not as though it's going to displace the LumaScape, almost 300,000 views and downloads since the IAB declared it dead in February. So I don't think there's any worry about that. Now, the ecosystem is fragmented. There are, of course, all these LumaScapes that capture, and this is just, these are just pictures of what is, factual representations of actual companies, in the ecosystem across all these digital channels. The one I like is where we turn the tables and we map the buyers. So we've got all the companies in the ecosystem. You can think of that as the supply. But then we sort of map the buyers, and we did it by type and by propensity and capability and motivations, all on one two-dimensional page. So that one I kind of like. And you might say, what are the solutions to fragmentation in this ecosystem? Well, I would suggest that there are two ways that we can consolidate the ecosystem. Number one is M&A, and number two is failure. So let's take a look at that. If you looked at what M&A looked like in the last 5 years, it looked something like this, where the buyers and the sellers, get matched up. But is it really taking place? We actually did a study. We took a look at the LumaScape in 2010 and compared it to the LumaScape in 2012. This is not scientific, but what we found was of the 200 independent companies 2 years ago, a full 53 of them had been consolidated. So 25% consolidation in 2 years, that kind of feels not bad. 74 new ones came about. So ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the digital marketing ecosystem, we have a classic game of LumaScape whack-a-mole. One down, 1.5 pop up. So my message is get over the fragmentation stuff because it's kind of here to stay. Now, the other way we can get fragmentation is failure. And so far this year, we're off to a good start. In January, AdBright was shuttered. In February, Quadrant 1 was shut down. Adify closed its doors in March, and Pulse 360 shuttered in April. Ladies and gentlemen, I call this a good start. And there's still a week left in May, so we're still waiting. Look, I don't mean to, make jokes, and Adify did, in fact, have a great exit. Nothing against the investors of these companies. It's just that there's too many, and it's crowded, and so we need a Darwinian system where there's lots of innovation, lots of little petri dishes, independently funded by venture capitalists who will help us find, better solutions, better channels between the marketer and the consumer, and let the failures take place. That's okay. We should be okay with that. This is what marketers see when they look at the ecosystem. This is kind of what they think, right? And a black box. And what they should think is a more simplified version. There are companies that help with demand. There's inventory companies with a media model. There's data in the middle, and of course, infrastructure to support it. So while there's hundreds of logos across that channel, from a functionality standpoint, it's actually much more simple. So our premise is that in this consumer-oriented, consumer-focused premise, that the new world has got huge opportunity. We've had data sources across advertising to enable the same data sets to enable them across different digital channels. But not only that, we're also integrating that across all channels, customer touch points. So everything from advertising to lead gen to the CMS, the content. People come through the funnel, then they get to the website, and then commerce, follow-up, support, point of sale. In fact, if you think of the purchase funnel, you've got data collection on the way down, right? Advertising all the way down to the funnel. That same data can be leveraged to personalize and target the content when they actually get to the site, so they can help out with conversion to commerce. And then, of course, support on the way back up the funnel in terms of either email, CRM, or retargeting. And what's interesting is that the data sources for all these functionalities come from two places. There's DMP data, or commonly known as cookie data, that you anonymously collect in the ecosystem on the way down. And then there's CRM data. Once people register, once they make that sale, that's identified data. And now, imagine if you could create a full 360 view of this marketing experience by tying these two databases together. But alas, there's privacy concerns that don't allow us to fully do that, because one of them is anonymous and the other is not. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a way to do this now. It's called Facebook. Now, imagine the Facebook Unified ID that enables you, through their terms of service, to be able to follow up with additional marketing messages that is now leveraged by third parties to, in fact, create this closed loop and this huge marketing opportunity. Now, take that to 1 billion users, and you've got enormous opportunity. How big? Well,
Oppan Gangnam Style.
pretty big.
Gangnam Style. Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style.
Just trying to wake you up. It is the morning. The point here is that this is a huge opportunity. That was my first point of the day, and I think we're just in the early innings. So we encapsulate this with our latest LumaScape, the marketing technology LumaScape. 150,000 views and downloads in its first week. Have a look at that. This is a landscape that takes a look not just at advertising, but in fact all the technologies around sales and marketing automation through to the website creation, personalization, optimization, all that kind of good stuff, all the way through to e-commerce enablement. So everything that's sort of not advertising, if you will. And yes, it has to be done across all the screens. We live in a multi-screen world. And look, everyone's doing a phone. It's no wonder that Facebook came out with Facebook Home, because they're going to be able to, it's a Trojan horse to collect all that data. In fact, I suppose anybody could do a phone. Could you imagine Federated Media with their own phone? It would be very useful for them for data collection, but at the end of the day, I think people might be worried about who's seeing their data. At any rate, and there is some concerns about concentration, right? On the desktop world alone, we've got significant concentration of top publishers. You go to a mobile world, and the concentration's even greater. 3 points to point out here. Number one, look at the market share gains. This is display revenue market share of Facebook and Google. The top two are sort of running away, and you can sort of see where they're taking it from. Second is in mobile, Facebook, the #1 share of non-search mobile advertising revenue came from 0 2 years ago. So that's pretty amazing. And number three, take a look at that 73% concentration of the top 5 publishers. And let's face it, folks, we may be talking about just the top 2 or the top 3 in a year's time. So that's one concern, is the concentration. So what does a brand do in this digital data-oriented world? How do we bridge data and humanity? Well, I would argue that it so far hasn't been branding. We basically caught up on that Mary Meeker time spent to dollars chart, but it's still not brand. And I would argue because we're not taking into account consumer modalities, right? We have very, very different modalities in terms of the different screens that we consume content on. Some are passive, some are active, and some are sort of really on the go. So and I would argue that interruptive media, the premise of media, is not native to digital. And by that I mean, if there is some great content that you want to feast your eyes on, okay, ladies in the room, there you go. Ryan always helps out. So let's say you want to feast your eyes on some great content, and then an ad blocks you. That is just not the way forward. So bigger ads are not the solution to the problem of having the consumer in control. And remember in 2003, we had those annoying pop-up ads? Well, they're back. They're just called welcome screens. So with tiny 8-point font to get rid of them. This, too, is not helpful. And by the way, if you do click through, this is kind of what you see. We have a classic case of banner blindness, and a heat map would show that. So then go to the mobile phone, less real estate to begin with, and the consumer modality is even more on the go. It's our doing device. It's an intimate device. So on one hand, you've got formats that are informative, and the other hand, the full-page takeovers in that environment, I would suggest will be intolerable and not consumer-friendly. And by the way, maybe this is not a bad thing because the mobile phone converts all the way down to the bottom of the funnel, incredibly, incredibly well, way even better than display. And there's a huge commerce opportunity that content folks are now figuring out. So how do we brand in a data world? I would argue three things. You need contextual relevance, you need engagement, and you need, importantly, and the one that doesn't get talked about, facilitation. And if we think of enabling the consumer to accomplish what they were trying to do in the first instance, sort of what Fred was talking about in terms of the Tumblr consumer experience. So if we bring back our original principles, the marketer and the consumer, turns out that they're both happy when you're at the center of those three. So what does this world look like? Well, I would argue, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the money slide, as John would say. The future of digital advertising, think about the evolution of where we've come. We had hand-sold premium inventory from the big names. Then along came the remnant, hand-sold remnant from ad networks. We then saw the development of a whole world of programmatic companies that brought a lot of data science to media buying. And then finally, a more amorphous, more nascent world, I'll call it native/social, which is a little bit more sort of upper funnel oriented than DR. But they're both connected to the commerce layer, which is really, really important in this world where we're moving away from CPMs and impression and interruptive-based advertising and more towards facilitative. Well, I would argue that the big guys need to migrate in these two directions. They have to enable themselves of this more programmatic automation, whether for monetization or just for workflow, in order to cut down on expenses. And on the positive side, on the upside, they need to engage the consumer in a more meaningful way. They need to have a conversation. As you heard, Federated's been on this for 7, 8 years now. They were just early. And now we're seeing huge opportunities here. In fact, if you take a good look at this chart, I know it's a little bit crowded, but take a look at that. And by the way, we'll go back and forward and back and forward. Ladies and gentlemen, undoctored from 4 months ago. So that's a good maybe rationale, albeit Monday night quarterbacking, of why maybe Yahoo was interested in the Tumblr deal. And with that, I thank you.
And I thank you. So, Randy Rothenberg said that VCs were the problem last year here on this stage, and all this fragmentation is a problem, and we need to just standardize and get over it. What do you think?
Well, I think that's perfectly understandable from his perspective. He does represent the publishers and the folks that are trying to make money. The problem is, things are changing. We're in a vastly dynamic world, and unfortunately, you can't declare the end of the game in the first inning, right?
Unless it's really raining hard.
Well, okay, but you know what? It's bright, sunny skies. Remember, the clouds parted, and it's a sunny day.
This is almost like a bit we set up, and
exactly.
I swear we didn't.
Exactly. No, but here's the thing. The VCs provide the money for everyone to try out different experiments, and that brings all kinds of cool innovation. Ramsey did say that, Google's okay, and okay, maybe Pinterest is okay because they're sizable enough, but you can't pull up the ladder, right? You've got to enable all these new companies to find their way, see if their model works, because I would argue that the current one is broken.
Thank you very much, Terry.
You bet.
Here. Good luck at DMS tomorrow.
Thank you.
I want to bring up, interestingly, a good segue from all that fractured Lumascape to arguably, or I would just say definitively, the largest and most important company in the internet advertising space, Google. So please join me in welcoming Neil Mohan, VP of Ad Products at Google. Welcome. Sit here. So Neil, this is not our first rodeo together.
No.
I appreciate your coming back.
It's great to see you again.
To CM Summit and talking with me a little bit. And first of all, thank you very much for supporting CM Summit with the live stream, which Google has been kind enough to provide. And as a matter of fact, it's not only are you offering the live stream as sort of part of your sponsorship, but there's something sort of unique about it. Can you tell us that?
Yeah, we're really excited, first of all, to obviously bring this great content to folks across the internet. But what's really exciting about it is we're showcasing a new piece of technology that we've developed, which I think is relevant for folks in this room, called a live box, which is marrying the power of display advertising, digital advertising with live events. And so not only are we broadcasting this in a live stream across the internet, we're actually doing it in this new display ad format that we're calling the live box. So if we can actually bring it up here.
Yeah.
It's a new format. If users actually hover over the ad, as you can see here, the ad is in fact the stream. And we've had a number of our customers use this over the course of recent weeks to bring new products to market, and we thought it'd be a great way to showcase a lot of what we're talking about here. It's on a little bit of a delay.
I know, I was just messing with you.
Yeah, so this is the live box.
Well, that's very cool, but it's still a display ad, and Fred Wilson and Terry both just pretty much proclaimed display as unworkable, on the decline, a dying model. You're in charge of a very large display business at Google. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I think, and obviously, John, you've been in this business for a long time. The way that I think about it is the word display is really shorthand. And for us at Google, display doesn't just mean, banner ads that run across websites. Of course, that's a significant portion of it, but what's exciting about it is all the evolution since. Video advertising, mobile advertising. There's been a lot of conversation around native advertising, rich media formats, that live ad that you just saw. To me, all of that is display, and to proclaim that display is headed one way or the other, I think is a myopic way of looking at the entire ecosystem. The ecosystem that we're all part of is incredibly vibrant. It's these new formats, new ways of engaging consumers are emerging all the time, and it's no secret that brands are flocking to this new medium, not only because that's where the consumers are, but we actually have these new formats and capabilities for those brands to engage consumers. And the interesting thing about all these formats, et cetera, is that the infrastructure and the plumbing to actually make them work is pretty common and consistent, all the way from native advertising, quote unquote, on one end, to ads that you see kind of in the programmatic spectrum on the other. And they all have their place, I would argue, both from a consumer standpoint and also from a marketer and brand standpoint. So.
What do you make of native advertising? I often argue that the first native advertising at scale, programmatically delivered, was search. And that those ads look and feel exactly like search results. They are set off at the top and on the side with a little bit of light yellow behind them, so you know that they're paid. But they are relevant, contextually relevant, and one would argue they bring value, at least in most cases, in the search context. So Google could be argued to be the first truly scaled native advertising business. But in display, is that a harder problem to solve at scale, to get the right contextual native content to the right person at the right time?
Yeah, so I think you hit on a couple of important points there. So obviously, from a Google standpoint, we've always believed that the context that the user is incredibly relevant. It's not only the basis of our search advertising business. As you know, one of the businesses I'm responsible for is our AdSense network. And AdSense started as a contextually oriented network. In 2012, we paid out $7 billion to publishers all across the web. The primary signal being used to deliver those ads was context that the user was in. So we're big believers in that. The TrueView format, of course, on YouTube is another example of where we're trying to do that. From our standpoint, though, doing it on a website-by-website basis is important, but we also, from a marketer standpoint, publisher standpoint, and indeed a user standpoint, want to be able to do it at scale. So how do you deliver something that is truly native to the context and the content that the user's in on a website or a mobile app or what have you, but also doing it at scale. And as I said to you before, I would argue that things like programmatic and all the infrastructure that we talk about in display is just a means to an end. That same infrastructure is the thing that actually I believe is going to power being able to do these types of native formats at scale. And I think we're really in the very first innings of how that's going to evolve.
Were you interested in buying Tumblr?
As you know, Google has a long-standing no comment policy on any M&A, but thanks for asking.
I had to ask. It's being streamed over one of your little ad units. It struck me as worth trying. Sorry, Neil. Google, 4 or 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, Google as a brand didn't maybe have a lot of cohesion, right? Google was the search company, and then it did a lot of other stuff, and the brand seemed to be uncertain what it was. But there's been a lot of focus on Google as a brand. What is Google as a brand now compared to 3 or 4 years ago, and what kinds of things have you guys been focusing on to sort of make Google mean something more cohesive as a brand?
One of the really exciting and great aspects of working there, and as folks in this room know, I work on the product side, so building products for our users and advertisers, is the ambition of really thinking about technology and how we can actually use technology to make all of our lives better, not just people here in the room or in New York City or in this country, but really across the globe. And so I would say in a fundamental sense, it's using technology, whether it's things like glass, whether it's things that we do in the advertising space, to make people's lives better, and to do it at scale so that it's not something that's just focused on a handful of power users, but is something that truly is mainstream and spans the entire globe in terms of its application.
It's consistent, I think, with maybe the messaging that you're starting to deliver from your point of view out to marketers, which is it's time to take your brand and bring it to digital and to display. That seems to be a message that's coming from Google now. So you're both walking the walk, and then you've got, buy side and sell side, I suppose you could say. What is it that you think now is the time that brand dollars can shift to this medium? Is it these richer formats, or is there something else more fundamental going on?
So I think there is something more fundamental. It's the fact that we all as consumers live in a 24/7 truly digital world. I mean, think about how we spend our days, how we seamlessly switch from our smartphones to our laptops to tablets, to consuming multiple devices when we're sitting in front of the television, perhaps watching a baseball game or what have you. That's the way consumers live their lives. And our message to brands is that if you're not focused on that, you're missing out not just on an opportunity, but you're going to be left behind. One of the things, so from my standpoint, it's our top priority of the year. So one is that big sort of consumer shift that we've talked about in years past, but is really manifesting itself now. And the second, I think, is a technology shift. There's been a lot of great aspects of digital advertising over the course of the last several years, but I would argue that 3 things have come together in the last couple of years that are finally truly enabling digital to go beyond kind of its performance advertising roots to brand advertising. The first is one thing you called out, which are these richer canvases for brands, whether they're native formats, whether they're video formats like TrueView. You saw the live stream in that Lightbox engagement ad, which we're making pervasive throughout the web and on mobile. That's the first piece of technology. The second is that from a brand's perspective, we can truly move the conversation past buying women 18 to 49 kind of age and gender. We can get to if you're a car manufacturer, you're actually finding women that happen to be in the market for a specific type of car, and do that at true scale. And the third, which I think is sometimes not talked about enough, but is perhaps the most important, is actually developing the technology to measure this type of advertising in a way that truly works for brands. And so just like things like impressions, clicks, and conversions are the things that transform digital into something that was a primary marketing channel for performance advertisers, we're seeing the evolution of those types of metrics that are more upper funnel in orientation for brands. It's a big area that we're investing in. We're working hand in hand with the industry, but I think you'll see a lot more there. And it's those three things around formats, ability to find audiences, and then measuring the efficacy of campaigns that I think are transforming
What do you think the
game.
top three, I mean, Lord knows we know what the direct response measurements are. We've all lived with them for 20 years. What are they, do you believe, or do you have a thesis as to what equates to success in brand display advertising?
Yeah,
because
so
brand display is still measured by the click-through rate and potentially also the CPA, CPE. You know, it's still measured by direct response.
You're correct, and I think the industry is going through a bit of a transformation there, and there's still technology that needs to be developed. But I can just tell you in a nutshell sort of how we think about it at Google, and it kind of falls into three buckets: see, think, and do. The first, of course, from a brand perspective is, has my target audience actually seen the message and engaged in the message that I've delivered? So we've invested in a technology called ActiveView, which I think many folks in the room are familiar with, where we're making viewability a pervasive capability across our entire advertiser stack and publisher stack that allows brands for the first time to measure at scale whether their target audience actually saw the ads. So that's the C piece. Of course, you can't stop there. The next piece is, well, what did consumers do, or what was the change in mindset from a consumer standpoint as a result of that display campaign? So things like, did that have a change in brand recall, brand effectiveness, et cetera? So a few weeks ago, we announced the ability to actually do brand surveys within the YouTube context across our Google Display Network, where brands can seamlessly measure the impact in real time on brand-oriented metrics, whether it's effectiveness, recall, of those campaigns. And then the final piece, which I think is kind of the holy grail, is the do piece. And that's where there's a lot of work to be done, which is as a result of users seeing my message and then changing their perception about my brand, what do they actually do? And that can be anything from offline sales lift to a change in behavior online. And so stay tuned in terms of some of the capabilities that we're thinking about and developing in that third bucket. But those are kind of the three pillars by which we think about brand measurement.
If you have questions for Neil, please come up. We'll have a couple minutes for it. I want to ask this sort of, I guess you could call it the size question. Google's big, and you know a lot. And for example, to do the kind of measurement that you're talking about, like the do piece, you need to know a lot of data about a lot of people. I'm almost asking you to apologize for succeeding, but what is your response to the fear that Google is too big a player in this ecosystem, has too much power, and is difficult to trust because of that?
So really, to be honest there, John, I mean, from our perspective, the way we think about it is we're focused on our customers, our advertisers, and our publisher partners, and most importantly, our users. And so from an advertising perspective, the business I'm in charge of, if we're making it so that the advertising and marketing is useful and relevant for our consumers, if we're doing it in a way that creates a vibrant ecosystem where our advertisers can not only get the type of results they're looking for, but can build entire businesses and capabilities on top of our technology. And if from a publisher standpoint, we're actually helping them maximize their yield and generating the revenue around the audiences that they've worked so hard to aggregate, then we're being successful. And when I have one-on-one conversations with our advertisers and publisher partners, the conversation is not really about what you raised. It's really about how can Google help me move my business forward, and that's where we want to stay focused from a product standpoint.
You don't have a concern, or do you feel like the proper processes, policies, and philosophies are in place at Google from the point of view of, in Terry's slide, the consumer is in charge? The truth is I have no idea what Google knows about me. I'm sure it's possible that Google has no idea what it knows about me too, but it probably has a better idea than I do. do you imagine a time in the near future or the middle future where I can find out what Google knows about me and edit it?
Yeah, so let me just give you a couple examples. So first of all, we've always designed our products from the standpoint of user choice and control and transparency in a way that is where our policies are written in plain English instead of legalese, et cetera. We were one of the pioneering companies in terms of user control in the marketing and ad space. A full year before we brought audience-based advertising capabilities to advertisers, we released our Ads Preferences Manager, which was a place where you could go with a couple of clicks as a consumer and do exactly what you said, which is understand what Google knows about you from a marketing context, and not only that, but either opt out if you're not interested in that, or more interestingly, perhaps change the categories or change what Google knows about you in that context. Another example of this is, and many folks have probably seen this over the course of the last few months, is we introduced this concept of mute this ad, an X on a lot of the advertising that we run across the web, where users can, if they're tired of seeing a particular type of ad or type of message from a brand, can simply click on that.
Are they doing that? Are you finding that behavior is actually occurring?
Yeah, and so obviously in terms of the total number of ads delivered, it's a relatively small amount, but by putting that power in the hands of users, we're seeing users exercise it. Yeah. And for us, frankly, it's a means to give as direct control as possible in the user's hands, where it's directly in the advertising, right, as opposed to some place that they have to go that's right, buried 10 screens deep.
Right. I'm afraid we're going to take a couple questions, but let's be quick with them because we're running low on time.
Neil, thanks for your time. I was wondering, can you help us understand the friction and also pushback from brand advertiser when they look at display advertising? Is it really them really not getting comfortable with program trading? Or are they at this point now, looking at measurement, ROI, is that the key issue? Or is it really related to what you talk about holy grail, really ability to offer offline attribution that keep them at bay at this point?
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, it's really a collection of things. So the first thing I would say is that brands are moving forward and spending money on digital in ways that that truly are brand building oriented as opposed to performance oriented. We saw that a couple weeks ago here in New York around our New Fronts. Google had its Brandcast event that was received really positively by brands. But I think, as I said, while a lot of the technology is there in terms of formats, in terms of finding the audience, an area where we all as an industry need to do a lot more work is in the measurement space. So giving brands comfort that their objectives are being met by digital, and as John said, it needs to go well above and beyond just clicks and conversions.
Thanks very much. That's a great conversation. A.B. Mendez with Knight Capital. I'm a really active user of Google Reader, and I know that it's going away. Is it July 1st? When is it going away?
Soon.
Soon, yeah. And so I've seen sort of a tie into Feedly. You can log into Feedly, this third-party app, with your Google Plus credentials. Great redesign on Google Plus, by the way. An investor suggested to me Google will probably at some point, revive Google Reader within Google Plus, and to me that's a great idea, sort of getting your interest graph integrated with your social graph. Is that something you've contemplated? I think the display ad units within Google Reader at the bottom of the articles are good opportunities for context-relevant ads. Any thoughts on what you might do in the future around RSS integration? Yeah,
so we don't typically comment on kind of our future product roadmap. So I'm not going to say anything specific about that. But generally speaking, our goal is to take technology that our users love. They're usually initially adopted by power users, but our goal is to make them truly mainstream. So that's kind of the guiding philosophy around anything that we build from a consumer standpoint. So I'll leave it at that. But that's a good idea.
Thanks.
Hi, Neil. Thanks for giving your input and insight on this. Matt Perlman with Upstart Internet. I want to get your sense on what you think the horizon is for programmatic buying and these really newer technologies reaching SMBs and AdWords users in terms of time frame.
Yeah, so the first thing I would say is AdWords, which obviously is used by hundreds of thousands of advertisers, is actually already a big participant in the programmatic buying space. AdWords buys its inventory on our ad exchange, and so it participates alongside other networks, other buyers on our exchange, and is bringing the power of programmatic, doing it in a seamless fashion in a way that actually can work for SMBs through its interface. So AdWords is already participating. In terms of actually giving sort of more of those dials and levers to SMBs, it's always a balancing act. How do you do that in a way that can work for the vast majority of SMBs while giving the power user SMBs kind of more of those dials and bells and whistles? So that's something that we're always looking at, but AdWords is already a participant in that programmatic space.
Thank you.
Last question, please.
Hey, Neil. Greg Tarr from Cross Pacific Capital. We had a chat down in Arizona at the IAB conference, and we were talking about mobile. And I just want to get your perspective on how important mobile targeting is for you going forward, and what the conversations you're having with the brands are yielding in that particular space around building mobile audience, mobile targeting in a cookieless environment.
Yeah, so I think the general comment I'd say about mobile is if you're, and obviously mobile is important, we all know that, you know, every year for the last several years has been the year of mobile. What I would say from a brand standpoint, publisher standpoint, is that if you're building specifically for mobile, you're building for the past. Consumers are living in a multi-screen world. They're switching seamlessly from devices all the time. We're a big believer in the mobile context. Smartphones, different from tablets, different from desktops. But we really see that as part of an integrated sort of consumer-centric experience. And for example, our big investment around things like enhanced campaigns has been a big push over the last couple of months. We already have 1.5 million campaigns that are truly enhanced in nature, running seamlessly across these devices. And from a marketing standpoint, you should view that as kind of the way we think about it philosophically, which is everything should work. Mobile should be a first-class citizen in everything we do, as opposed to this thing that's done off on the side.
Please join me in thanking Neil. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate your coming.
Thanks, John.
Sorry for that curveball on
No,
Tumblr.
it's all good.
Well, I think we have to set the stage for the next conversation, if I'm not mistaken, right? You guys can bring on one more chair. And I'll tell you kind of where we're going here. We're going to have a couple of conversations where we go a bit deeper into how we can actually bring data into the branded side of the equation. Our first conversation, which in a minute, oh, look, see, that was very quick. Can we turn that one so I can kind of see the two panelists? That one. That way. Perfect. Oren Hoffman has done many, many things in his career. He's currently CEO of LiveRamp. I'll let him tell you what that company does. And Nada Striat is someone I've known for many, many years, who is now CRO at Acxiom, a very large data broker and data company with a marketing stack. The two work closely together to bring data into the conversation around brands. So please welcome Oren and Nada. Hi, how are you? I like the jacket. Thank you. So I'm gonna start kind of. I'm a little allergic to panels, but I figure when you only have two people, you call it a trialogue. And yeah, so this is a trialogue. Okay. But I will do sort of a panel-esque thing because I think the audience would appreciate it, and the live streaming audience as well, which is tell us what your company does, because I think both LiveRamp and Acxiom are either not well known or possibly misunderstood. We'll start with you, Nada.
So Acxiom is the largest database management and marketing services company on the planet. We are based in Little Rock, Arkansas. We're over $1 billion company. And when you think of just about every brand that you know, certainly more than half of the Fortune 500, we run their databases for them. We have analytics and consulting and all kinds of products that help them better reach their customers. And so in the olden days, you would have known us just as direct response, but now you know us as being the data and the decisioning that powers all marketing decisions across their advertising ecosystem. So glad to be here.
And Oren, give us a sense of what LiveRamp is.
Sure. LiveRamp does is we work with large B2C companies, and we take their data, that's their customer data, we onboard their data so they can use it in display advertising, analytics, measurement, attribution, et cetera. So we work with basically any large B2C company that wants to make their database that they've had for maybe 30 years, make that actionable online.
It sounds like, and I may have, this may be a bit contrived because I did this on purpose. Acxiom's been in the business of kind of holding and leveraging this data. I mean, it really started out of a direct mail business. Is that right?
That's right.
And so you have very large sets of customer data that it was used pretty much in one or two use cases. You started a startup that takes that data and makes it possible to use it in other use cases. Are you guys competitors, or do you cooperate, or both?
I think we're collaborators. We are collaborators, and I think that yours is that's a perfect setup, because you're right. A lot of money and a lot of time and attention is spent in the offline world. There's a lot of money, time, and attention being spent in the online world, and why I came to Acxiom and what differentiates us is our ability now to be able to bridge that offline and online world from a technology standpoint. That's pretty powerful, and it's very unique, and that's where the future of all of marketing is going. And so I think the notion of the collaboration between the two of us is only going to get louder and louder.
So how is it that you guys work together, Aaron?
Well, basically any companies have this super rich data set that they have, for instance, think of a retailer. They'll know everyone who's ever bought anything, what they bought, when they bought, how they bought, and they've been using that in traditional ways. Like, for instance, they'll send you an email with interesting things, or they may send you a letter, direct mail. Now they can use that data in display advertising. They can use that data to do attribution, to understand which of their advertising is actually working. They can do measurement. They can do personalization.
So let me stop you right there. And so yeah, I made a career of asking dumb questions, and I'm just going to keep at it. How do they know it's me online?
Is that a question?
Either one of you. Because they know it's me when they say they have my address. And so they can mail me one of the seven or eight brochures I get a week, or catalogs, and they know I'm getting it. It's my name, my address. But online, it's my cookie, right? And that doesn't have necessarily my name in it. It's a double hash set of numbers.
Yeah. So it's a segment of a person. So they won't know it's John Battelle, but they might know. It's someone who lives in Marin that has who bought a guitar or something, and then they'll say, okay, this person who lives in Marin who bought a guitar, I'm going to market to them. So it's not as good because they don't know it's you specifically, but they have some sort of attributes that could make advertising effective.
And I think that's the biggest thing right now, is that the fact that in the digital space, we're still transacting on the cookie, the third-party cookie, which those puppies get gender wrong half the time. And so there's a lot of great work that folks like Oren are doing to be able to help better understand what that cookie means from a marketing standpoint. But that's why I maintain, and that's why we're making a significant investment in making sure that if you can tie the cookie back to actual people data in a private, secure way, a non-creepy way, then suddenly the value of the information that you've got on that cookie from a marketing standpoint gets exponentially more valuable.
It gets valuable both to the marketer and to the consumer.
That's
but
right.
I think the bridge between them is, as you put it, can we get to non-creepy?
Yeah.
So how do you actually do that? How do you get to the point where when I'm online, right now I think the closest we have to this that's understood broadly by industry is retargeting, right? So I go to a site somewhere and that site drops a cookie on my browser, and then I end up getting chased by Warby Parker glasses for the next 2 weeks. But what you're talking about is something far more sophisticated, right? Where is it in the evolution in terms of both what can be done right now by this audience,
Yep.
and what do you think will be able to be done, and
Yep.
how is it constrained by that creepy factor?
All right, so I'll jump in, and then you can talk about the the tech aspect of it. So absolutely today, what we have at Acxiom the ability to do is what we call it a safe haven. There is great, rich first-party customer data that our marketers pay us to manage and work for them. And then there's a ton of publisher information. And what they're both comfortable doing is putting in a safe haven. Again, that's what's so important. That's what eliminates the creepy factor. And then therefore you use that first-party customer data in order to make greater value of the inventory that is going to be serving that ad. And so from a consumer standpoint, I'll care deep, 48-year-old Connecticut suburban housewife who likes to ride horses. I could go and see, if I find ads all day long for anything going on anywhere in my area for one of my interests, I will not think that's creepy. I will say, oh my God, they finally know what I'm talking about. And so I think that is absolutely the way of the future. We announced our Abila tag, which is the pixel that allows that to happen, back in February. I announced the big Facebook partnership just last month, and then in September we'll be talking about the full-blown platform. And I think that's where I'll lean over to you to talk about your role in that platform. I think it's really important.
One of the things that's interesting, just kind of thinking about how the past and how the future work together. If you think about 5 years ago, 2% of retailers were doing retargeting. Today, 5 years later, 2% of retailers are not doing retargeting.
Right.
So they're not using their first-party data. Probably about 4% of large B2C companies are using their offline data effectively in display and in search and other types of things, social today. But that other 96%, if you poll them, they all say they want to do it. They're trying to figure out the best way to do it. They're thinking about the right way. And my guess is 5 years from now, we're going to see that flip where 4% of people won't be doing it.
So go ahead.
I was just going to add one more thing. I think there's also a giant consumer behavioral shift that's going on. The fact that there is a wait list a mile long for Google Glass, the fact that you're wearing, and Brian and I were talking about this at breakfast, you're wearing a Nike Fuel band, or that you go to Disney and have that magic band. So I'm giving a big brother-y company permission to know like what I'm eating for breakfast, how many, like I'm expecting that they're going to take that data and they're going to do something. I'm expecting Disney's going to take the data on my magic band and give me a better experience at Disney. 10 years ago, no consumer would have been in the mindset to have somebody just watch and record everything to give me a more customized experience. And I think that's a game changer for how customers are going to feel comfortable letting a company know more about them.
So how is that going to look in 4 or 5 years? If Oren, what you said, the one thing that we all know is that, Gap or, a lot of retailers or Chase or American Express have a lot of information about me, right? But not only has it been siloed in that it's been digital data, but offline, in other words, not leverageable online till recently, and your companies are major players in making that possible, but it's also not combined. So, it may be that you're, a Connecticut suburban mom who likes to ride horses, and it may only be that 2 or 3 companies know that, right? Because maybe Amex knows that because you used the card to buy the horse lessons. But how do you connect all those dots? Isn't the consumer the platform that connects those dots? Or is it that Acxiom or companies like that become that platform?
So I would say, no doubt, right? Acxiom is the platform that does that. I wouldn't consider the consumer the connection, but the biggest, most important component of that is getting the consumer's permission. And I think you and Scott, when you were talking at Ad Week last year, Scott Howe, our CEO, says permissions are the new patents. Like you have to start to collect them and you've got to actively farm them. And because without the permission of the consumer to be able to track them and have some kind of a marketing experience, you're done. And as somebody who's been in the responsible data collection business for 40 some odd years, I mean, we welcome this shift in the industry. And it's notice and choice, or it's combing through all of our partners and making sure that they all too are compliant, because that's going to be the most important thing in that ecosystem. But I don't consider them the platform.
You talk about a shift in consumer behaviors. Do you guys see a time, and I asked Neil this just before, where, I mean, when Neil has these, Google has these dashboards and you can go in and you can fiddle with your settings and your preferences and so on, and almost nobody does. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's a very, very low percentage of people that do. Do you think that's going to change, or will that always be true, that consumers will be passive in managing their own data?
I think they're actually much more active than people think, in just terms of what they do and how they look at things and where they go. I mean, everybody has a different. Everyone has a different vision of privacy and a different vision of keeping the things that they want public and things that they don't want public. For instance, hopefully my mom's not listening, but I'm from New York. I didn't tell her I'm in town today. And I didn't,
you are so busted.
I didn't tweet it. I didn't whatever. So for me,
so you were managing your data like you didn't check in on Foursquare. You didn't tweet that you were here.
Because I don't want her to be upset at me that that I just showed up here without having dinner with her, and so everyone has a different thing that's really important. Actually, that's very important to me, that relationship I have with my Jewish mother, and so.
Oh, now I know you're in trouble. So you're saying people are already becoming used to instrumenting how their data is being broadcast, so to speak.
I think people are much more sophisticated than we give them credit for.
Yeah. I agree, and I think it varies. So on Google, I'm probably not going to go on there and care about what they're following or not following, because it's a utility. I go in there, I search, and I get out. I'm going to care a little bit more on Facebook, and then I'm going to care really deeply on askadoctor.com. And so I think there's going to be varying degrees of where the consumer's going to want control. On my banking site, I want a ton of control. On Google, maybe I don't care.
Let me switch to the customer side of the equation. Your customers, the big brands, many are reflected out there in the audience and on the live stream. What are your frustrations with, what's blocking them? As you say, 4% are leveraging their data they could be, and you think it's going to flip to more than 90% soon. What's going to make that happen? What's stopping it from happening now?
Well, one thing is really exciting is that the marketing executives are becoming much more data driven, and in fact the CMO is often the smartest person in the company today, and that probably wasn't the case a decade ago. So we're seeing a situation where essentially it's the money balling of the CMO. Everything they're doing is they're using data in an effective way, just like we had in the sports revolution, or we had in all these, now we're having in the marketing revolution. And that is changing every conversation, especially in B2C companies.
And I think it's a little bit of a mix, because I totally agree, and I think that even in the year and a half that I've been here, where the first meetings were all with the CTO or the CIO, it's increasingly the CMO really wanting to understand how to use data from a marketing standpoint. But I think the biggest thing stopping our industry, and we've been talking about this for 20 some odd years, certainly since I've been in the business, is we're getting good at taking really crappy low-value inventory and making it slightly more valuable, and we're like, ooh, victory. We've used data on the ad networks, and I'm from an ad network, so I can say that. And however, there's a $70 billion pie of television dollars that are still to this day being transacted on panel basis. And until the marketer determines that that is no longer going to be the currency to transact on the biggest pie of the spend, I think we're going to be moving slowly and slowly. And I think some of the interesting things that are, as dollars are moving into the digital space, that it's lending itself to, oh, okay, well, maybe we're going to start to be much more better at targeting on television. I mean, IPTV is pretty much nowhere, digital TV is pretty much nowhere, but I still think that that's what's preventing this industry from completely taking off, because the dollars.
Television dollars are efficient, right? And they seem to work when you target a set of zip codes and you blast ads at it. Stuff goes off the shelf.
Your
right?
keyword was seem.
Well, again, I'm not the marketer spending the money in television, but we have been in this industry for 20 some odd years, waiting for those dollars to come over. Do you believe that that the ability to leverage data at scale to the individual, as I said in the introduction, is going to be one way that happens? Yeah. Because it seems confusing from the marketer's point of view. How do I do that at scale? How do I do that without an army of people who have to help me instrument this? It's so easy to buy a 30-second spot.
That's a really good point. And I would say when we sit down again a year from now, we're going to have a different conversation, because that has been the biggest groundswell of shift. And where we have our marketing partners who say, show me that this is going to work and I'm going to take 20% out of television. Not to, not to disintermediate the agency, and the agency's still going to take care of all this for us so that they still get paid. But that's what we're starting to see in a much bigger way. But it also meant nobody could handle that a year ago because there was no central kind of methodology for measurement, which is why I was so excited about what we launched with AbiliTag, which is the first one that allows you to be able to pixel across a whole bunch of stuff, find the actual user, do it at scale so that you don't worry about, wow, this is scale and it's really cheap scale. Because now you actually have the performance angle in there too.
There's two things that people are doing with data. One is more obvious than the other. The more obvious one is we're essentially turning spam into content. So we're making marketing better. So that is a very, very core thing. And I think over the next 5 years, we're going to see a huge revolution of turning spam into content.
Now, when you say turning spam into content, what you mean is turning the current real estate that is given to marketers in digital, whether it's mobile or PC web, from essentially not very useful to understanding you to the point where that content becomes useful to you. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And that's being driven by data, by data, and I would assume some kind of a back-end programmatic auction, because there's a lot of people who want to speak to you in the context of whatever attention you're paying, whatever screen you happen to be paying it on.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. The second thing, which is a little less obvious, is a customer service revolution that's happening. So it's using data to give people a much better customer experience. And I think, and again, call me a technology optimist, but I think the future is French laundry for everyone, everywhere. It's amazing service because people are going to start to compete on service. Yeah, there's the Gap and Land's End, and they're competing on different types of products, but they're going to be more and more forcing each other to compete on better service to the customer and using data to give that person better service.
Right, right. If anyone has questions for Oren or Nada, please come on up to the mic. I think there's only one on this side, so if you have a question, please come over there. Oh, we have the roving mic. Thank you, roving mic man. If anyone has questions, please come up, because we only have a minute or two. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My question is to Axiom. I'm very interested in your partnership with Facebook. Can you help us understand, maybe give us an example of how you're working with advertiser along with Facebook to deliver what specifically? So anything tangible, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, and we just announced it, so thank you for the question. And we have a great partnership, and this is powering one of their particular products so that they can take and have a much more targeted advertiser or consumer experience for one of their advertisers. And so we are the underlying data that is helping them using the first-party customer that we have for all our marketing partners to be able to target an ad to those particular consumers, making the Facebook inventory more valuable.
For example, if advertiser looking for someone who had bought baby products within the last 3 months within a particular region, they would be able to find those audiences in
Or,
Facebook.
for example, if it's a retailer, and we're still in beta right now, so we're not talking about any of our partners, but let's name a retail, think of a retail partner, and if the ad call is made on Facebook and we already have information that this is somebody who loves blue hats or blue gloves, we might want to show an ad for the blue scarf that matches those when they get onto Facebook to make it a much more cohesive ad experience once they get there.
So it's more on the targeting side. What about an offline attribution, like DataLogic's working with them?
So it's targeting, but it starts with the offline data attribution because that's the first-party customer data that we have at our very core.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And we're right at 0, so please join me in thanking Oren and Nada for coming to CM Summit. Thank you very much. I get a hug. Awesome. Take care. We've known each other a while. It's nice to get a hug on stage. We're going to continue this same conversation, but switch a little bit the people who are involved in the conversation of how brands leverage data. So I want to welcome two very special people, certainly in the industry. Michael Lazaro, the CMO of Salesforce Marketing Cloud and the founder and CEO of BattelleMedia, who sold that to Salesforce to become the Marketing Cloud. and Susan Drevics, who's the Senior Vice President of Global Retail CRM and Brand Marketing at Sony. So welcome, Michael. Susan. Oh, I get 2 hugs. I love this. You guys can, whatever. We'll just go for it here. Nice shoes there.
Oh, thank you.
Like those. They're very purple. So let's do the same exercise we just did with Nada and Oren, which is I want you to kind of, in a brief form, encapsulate what it is you're responsible for. You have a big job at Sony. You've opened an entire new practice, I would say, at Salesforce. So let's start with you, Susan, and give me an overview of what it is you're responsible for.
Okay, so it's so nice to see you again, John, and really nice to be with you as a fellow panelist to be here. I have a broad job at Sony that's a global job. That's a job that I created about 3 years ago at the request of the corporation to integrate data, analytics, and CRM into what we traditionally call brand marketing, which is the management of the parent brand for Sony that cuts across electronics and entertainment. So it's a content creation job. We run digital platforms for Sony, including Sony.com and the digital world of Harry Potter in partnership with J.K. Rowling. It's also a consumer research job where we do analysis and understanding of consumer behavior and where that's actually going for the future. It also includes agency management and a couple other things, but I think you're getting the idea that it's basically a blend of art and science.
Mm-hmm. Great. Or data and humanity. Michael?
So I joined Salesforce about a year ago. Salesforce is a company that's been around for 14 years. Mark Benioff started, really popularized cloud computing. Many of the companies here probably run on top of Salesforce. And really, Mark saw this whole evolution of CRM, not just being kind of how you sell, but also how you service and how you market. And so what I'm doing now at Salesforce is really looking at how can we help our clients create next generation customer platforms, really get smart about who their customers are, why they're buying, what they're talking about. And really, there are 3 parts of the Salesforce Marketing Cloud. There's the listening piece, which was part of the Radian 6 acquisition. So it's Salesforce Radian 6. Social publishing, which is Salesforce BattelleMedia. And we launched a really exciting product which really blends this art and science, which is the social.com product, which is a social ad platform. It's the first connected social ad platform that the industry have seen. And I could talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah, I would like to hear more about that later, so I'm taking a note. But Susan, I want to ask you, when you kind of created this job, I think you saw something coming, sort of some of the stuff we were talking about prior with Nada and Oren.
Yep.
Can you give me an example of how that works at Sony? Like, how do you take the data that you know about a customer and bring it online and leverage it either in content and in advertising or in both?
Okay, so you know our company as basically an awful lot of disparate parts that we pull together as best as we can to leverage where the sum is greater than the whole. And what we've seen over the past multiple years and why we're going in this direction is that we understand, for example, in the United States, it's about every 6.8 years you buy a new television set. And that has been faster, actually, as a velocity for that product over time. However, that's not content consumption of how many TV shows you watch, how much you do VOD, how much you actually stream, how much live TV you watch. And so when we start to take the platform concept of device ownership, device replacement, device utilization with content consumption, you can actually smooth out the consumption curve for consumers, and you can start to understand, for example, some of the work we're doing right now, predictably, is to understand in our group of PlayStation consumers who own a console, and we, like Microsoft, are coming out with a next-gen console. You obviously need a TV for that console, and you are buying, streaming, downloading, playing with a lot of games and other content, other services through that. So we're starting to understand, for example, in that database of PlayStation, who those people actually are. When we understand the consumer profile, they may not be able to afford the highest end TV in our range, but we sure would sell them this type of model in this particular price point for that sensitivity. And we understand the velocity as well as their device ownership. So this gets in very quickly into pretty deep knowledge about these consumers. I think it was your panel before where they were talking about the importance of consumer permission and the requirements from the US legal system about privacy and privacy policies. So even as recently as several months ago at Sony, because we have all these disparate divisions that have basically grown up autonomously, we didn't even have, and still today, consumer-facing don't have a very common privacy policy. So if you say as a consumer, I'm signing up for Sony, you actually may not even know what that means. And so we're now going back in and looking at that very clearly to say, I would like to be able to sell a 4K piece of content to the person who just bought that 4K TV legally and in a way that a consumer understands what they've signed up for.
I'm not sure everybody knows what the 4K is.
4K? Beautiful.
I'm just giving you an
Beautiful
opportunity to give it a plug.
Yes, no, it's great. We've just got a campaign that literally just launched yesterday. Thank you very much for the plug. But you know, really the highest definition, most beautiful, crisp technology that allows best image viewing. The challenge is there's not a lot of content today immediately available for that. But you're seeing where this is going because the velocity of the content consumption is faster than the device purchase and repurchase.
So you're saying you're taking all the information, you're hoping to take all the information you have in each of these sort of siloed parts of your business. And I think you're, you know, it's first of all brave of you and thank you, but I think you're reflective, you're reflective of a lot of large brands who have a lot of different brands within them, right?
Yes.
A Unilever or someone like that. And each of those has information about their consumers in that particular product set, but what they're not doing is understanding how to see the consumer across all of them.
Which honestly, John, takes a lot of time. And so it sounds great in PowerPoint to be able to say that we're going to do this. The trick for us is finding where we can do it as proof of concepts and things that make sense and playing those out in the market.
And on the other flip side of that, Michael, your clients are sort of starting to see customers holistically through how they interact online with them, right?
Totally.
Do you have examples of customers? I mean, the Salesforce Marketing Cloud is essentially a year and a half old, right? I mean, it's a reason.
It's a year since Dreamforce last year.
A year, right?
Yeah.
So, what have you learned as you've developed this product, and what are examples of customers like Sony doing things right? What are insights that have come from it?
Yeah, so the best part of kind of the space we're in is it is very new, but a lot of us have been focused on what I call people-centric marketing, kind of putting people at the center of all of your marketing and customer service efforts for a while. So, you know, at BattelleMedia for 6 years and at Radian6 for, you know, longer, I think 8 years, the focus was on kind of breaking down the individual unit from just a cookie, really moving to a person. And that's important because we're in a world that I think is moving to first-party cookies. In the mobile world, you know, you don't really know who they are. You're not linking the cookie. And that's a huge opportunity for companies who actually do know who that person is. And so really what it means to us, and then I'll talk about specifics, is how do you unify the data that matters? So I don't think this is an exercise in kind of just getting data together for data's sake, but how do you unify data that matters? And typically for our clients that's information that needs to be used on the front line. So if someone calls a customer service center, you should know what they bought. Was he or she upset? Did they tweet? Are they an active user of your mobile app? So getting that to the front line, so it could also be used for marketing, not just customer service. And then being able to think of yourself as a company as an open platform. So when I talk about a customer platform, it's an open platform with rights management so different parts of the organization can access it. And so I break down the world into really, you know, two camps. There's B2B marketers, and we work with a lot of great business-to-business marketers. One of the, I think, shining examples of that right now is Cisco. I think a lot of the stuff that Cisco's doing, which you're seeing in kind of getting back to basics, the new numbers, is basically just focusing on the customer again. And so their growth that they're kind of kicking off and was evidenced in, I think, the last earnings call is really this back to the basics of who's our customer. There's 7,000 mentions of them every day. They have a social command center that's triaging that. So think about their world of this is a sales lead, this is a service ticket, this is just someone, there's a product comment, and they have to tag all these, you know, this information, route it to the appropriate group. And then how do you use that data to market better, to sell better, and really connect in a whole new way? On the B2C side, what's interesting is a lot of companies, and really Sony before Sony.com and e-commerce never had to have a direct relationship with their customer. You mentioned Unilever. Unilever is a company that sells through a very mature channel. It's called grocery stores and convenience stores. And all of a sudden, they're saying, we need a customer platform. And what that means is when their marketing starts to take off, like we saw with the Sketches, the Dove Sketches program, which is now the most viewed brand video ever online, which is amazing, from a soap company, right? Like, it's soap, Dove. You know that, right, John? You look like more of an Irish Spring guy, but it's soap. Soap.
I do have a pen knife.
Brand content, the most watched content. That's just stop and think about that for a second. And why is because they have a command center. They're seeing what's taking off in each country. They're shifting ad budgets based on how people are actually reacting. If you look at how companies are buying Facebook, what's working is not just the targeting, but it's using your custom audience, using your listening data. So being able to say, these are people who have entered a Dove contest. These are people who bought a Ford. You're going to talk to them differently than people you've never seen before. And I think that, to answer your question, that's a great company. 2 companies in the travel space I would study. One is Virgin America, taking customer service down to the seat level, being able to communicate one-to-one through the actual seats. And JetBlue, I think JetBlue continues to do a great job, in that space.
I think all the examples that Michael's giving are talking about the value and the importance of content and engagement as well, right?
Absolutely. We're in a world where great content, and I think Fred was getting to this, great content will always flourish. So the art and science, the data and humanity, I think it's about how do you just get great content into the hands of people who will care about it.
One of the things I hear is an objection to this. First of all, big data doesn't mean anything to a lot of marketers. It's like, okay, I have a lot of data. I store it with Axiom. Maybe Oren helps me leverage it and Nada helps me leverage it. But I don't quite know how to turn that into insight and action. Or if I do learn how to do that, it means I have to now spin up a command center and staff it with a lot of expensive people. And now marketing has gotten extremely inefficient because I have too many human beings doing too much stuff across too many channels that are fractured. Do you see this? It's Sony. Is this a problem or is it an opportunity?
Okay, so we were actually just talking about this before this summit this morning. It's definitely an opportunity. I think the first thing we have to remember is that data is not the insight. And typically as marketers, we've left the insight development to our ad agencies and largely the guys on the creative side. So we need the great insight that comes from the agencies that then makes the 30-second spot, that then serves as the anchor for the consumer-facing campaign. But then we expect that that's actually going to just be pushed out to consumers and sell stuff. I think there's a different way that it's starting to work. And I don't think there's an organizational model that works for every company across the board, as well as every agency across the board. I think a lot of the cultural DNA has a lot to do with that.
Right.
So for us, what we're finding is that marketers actually have to be in the development of the insights. And you can't leave that to the agencies. You can't actually just leave it to the analytics guys who basically create the dashboards that get in your email every morning. I was joking, I got a 4 meg one this morning, had no idea what to do with it. Thanks for all the data, but what do I do with this? And it's something that you can't solve in a one-off because the way it actually works when it works really well, and we've done some quiet pilot testing on this at Sony, is that you actually have a smaller team of people, not a huge command center. Actually, we've done this with freelancers versus staff. And we've tested it to say, let's get a very small number of senior people to start mining for insights and optimizing those insights through the entire program of the campaign or the time period that we're looking at, not just as a one-off. So we've got to actually take that insight component back in and have it become very organic and part of actually the marketing platform.
When you have a marketer, Michael, come to you and say, thanks for giving me all this listening and giving me all this ability to understand what people are saying and perhaps act on it and create content through it. But it's too much. it's too complicated. Make it easy for me. How do you do that?
So I think the idea that our job in the industry and kind of in ad tech and in kind of social media and this convergence of local, social, mobile, like big data, how we kind of all work, it's not to drive it's not just to drive the inefficiency out of the marketing system, because at the end of the day, connecting with people, talking to people it's not great to put machines in that role. And so I think the beauty of a command center isn't in the automation of it, but it's the idea that that's the kitchen table for the marketing team to come together and put the customer in the room. How much of the marketing do we do, for all of our organizations that is basically us talking about our agencies and the content we have and how we work internally, but the customer isn't there. And so when you have a place to go with real data that basically shows what people are talking about, sentiment analysis, trending, what's blowing up right now, real time, or at least day-delayed sales data coming in from your retailers, you can get your team together and your agencies, either in the office or through calls, and say, listen, this is what's going on today. What is some of the data that a lot of our clients use is online. What's the cost per view by country for certain content? You look at content that's taken off, it's very smart marketers who are finding pockets that they can buy cost-effective distribution and then amplify it through some of the social stuff. So I look at it as more of a mentality than a data stack. And the reason why I brought up kind of the listening and the command center idea is we're seeing like Cisco, Unilever, we are live with Unilever with that, and it brings everyone together, and you make better decisions of how to react when you're not stranded at your desk without a lifeline to the customer. The customer will show you the way more times than not, whether you're selling into businesses or consumers. Your customer, if you're lucky, and most of the brands in the room, they want to love you. But you break their heart when you call them in customer service and they don't get the answer. When you send them something which just doesn't resonate, you're basically like, they knew I just bought a car a month ago. Why are they sending me this new Ford, right? And so if we don't break customers' hearts, good things happen.
Let that one sink in. Let's not break any more hearts. Susan, what do you wish existed to make your job easier that doesn't, so that either an entrepreneur listening or Michael can marshal resources to create something that you wish you had?
Yeah. I want a digital predictive mood ring that could actually predict how consumers globally are going to react to content. You were just describing a viral video, which is words we've banned from our lexicon, because I don't think we decide what's viral. But I'd be a billionaire if I had $1 for every marketer that said to me in my company, I'm going to make a viral video for this. Because we make a lot of content, we put a lot of content out, a lot of it through different channels. Consumers are accessing content, as you know better than us, anytime, any place, anywhere they want. And you just don't necessarily know what's going to hit. So I'd love that sure thing.
That's spoken like someone who works at a company that owns a studio.
There's a jewelry maker, manufacturer out there.
Fitbit. There's time for a question if anyone has any. Otherwise, and the mic's here, or there's a mic over there. I wanted to get back and give you a chance to tell us what this social ad product was that you mentioned.
Yeah, so social.com is our purest bringing together of kind of data and humanity. And so what it is, first and foremost, it's a social ad platform. So we're the #1 kind of ad optimizer API partner for Facebook. We were one of the first for Twitter. Any other platforms that want to open up, we will work with you. And what we've done is made it very easy to use your customer data to target ads. So not only say, I want women 18 to 34 who like the band Fish, but we also can say who also bought a car or signed up for a service or did something with us. And so it's that combination. And at the end of the day, I think your proprietary data is going to be the most powerful for you in growing your business. Anyone can buy BlueKai, anyone can buy the data that's out there in the exchanges, but how do you use your data to grow your business? I think that's a fundamental question that we need to grapple with. And then on the flip side, we've tied listening. So on Twitter, you have to figure out which conversations do I want to promote, jump into, be a part of, and being able to say that Ford fans like these bands and actually buying those hashtags with content you think resonates. That's what the product does. And what I would point out to Susan's kind of what she wants is I think there's some really smart companies, and BuzzFeed in particular, who've identified how to identify early on what is going to work. And BuzzFeed's a company that uses, instead of Google with kind of links, they use people sharing actual content as a proxy for, is this something people are interested in? A lot of times what drives the page views aren't necessarily what will drive people to talk or to share, but if you use that sharing content, and I think that's leading to just massive numbers and really a company that's hitting it out of the park right now.
Unfortunately, I've got the blinking red light, which means we have to stop. But thank you so much. Please join me in thanking these fine folks for coming to CM Summit.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
See ya.
Oh, Michael. Love that guy. Speaking of Twitter, on the way out, we're going to see a visualization, thanks to Twitter, a data visualization called Twitter Stories, which Joel Lunenfeld, who's speaking later this afternoon, is kind enough to bring to us, so we can roll that on the way to a morning break. We'll ask you to come back with the next conversation starting at 11:40, although we might be running a bit late, but we'll make sure to let you know when it's time to come back in. The break was scheduled for 30 minutes. We might try to cut it to 25. Thank you, and here's the visualization.
From your city at night, you can't build a wall as high as deep as mountains have climbed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your electronic devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your host, founder and CEO of Federated Media Publishing, John Battelle.
You don't have to use Alexander every time I come on. Come on back in, guys. I know that the best part of a conference is what you're doing back there, but come on back in. This is going to be an interesting session. Let me set it up for you. Back there, come on in. Thanks. In all this conversation that we've had in the first part of the morning, I kind of purposely focused it on data, on how do we leverage that, on the issues and opportunities of leveraging data as a marketer and some of the companies that help marketers leverage that data. There's a piece of the puzzle that I really wanted to make sure we paid attention to. It's very near and dear to my heart. In the company we started 8 years ago or 7 years ago, Federated Media. And that is the person or the people, or I like to call them the bands, who create independent content, who put that content out there that becomes sort of the campfire around which we have conversations. The people who create passionate stories that engage human beings, and it is that engagement that marketers really seek. And I've always felt, particularly in the last 5 years, that there's almost two kinds of internet. There's the internet that gathers and harvests that content and that conversation and that community. And that's your Twitters and Googles, your Facebooks of the world. And they've become incredibly efficient at both gathering and harvesting that content and conversation and extracting dollars from marketers for that service. It's an incredibly important part of the ecosystem, but sometimes we forget that it's those individuals who put the shingles out on the open internet and start those campfires and conversations who create that value that then gets pushed through the big platforms. So I want to make sure we celebrate and understand those independent publishers. That's what Federated was all about when we started. And I'm very pleased to bring to the stage a woman who I brought on to run Federated for 3.5 years, and who's moved on now to another company which I would say is a kindred spirit, Byliner, in supporting independent great voices. Deanna Brown, the former CEO of Federated Media and now the president of Byliner. Deanna, welcome.
John calls, people listen. So I'm excited to be back on the stage. A lot of recognized faces here. I have some fun guests today that I'm excited to talk about the notion of being an independent publisher for many of the reasons John mentioned, as well as the fact that I'm just a huge content fan. And so having great content on stage is always a desire. And we'll talk a little bit about sales of companies. We'll talk a little bit about the weather. We'll talk a little bit about DIY and design today. So without further ado, let me bring out some of the big names for today. DIY/design blogger, as you know her. I know her as the morning show guest. She was on The Chew this morning, so she's a little weary, very early at 5. And so please join me in welcoming Grace Bonney from Design Sponge. All right, next up, we have the guy who knows everything about what's about to happen, Kurt Heck, Global Revenue Officer from the Weather Channel, theweather.com. Kurt? and friend of Federated, as well as former site or independent publisher, the Business Insider. We have the CEO and President, Julie Hansen, with us today. Thanks, Julie. So John and I spent probably almost a couple years trying to figure out what the word independent publisher meant. And I think we, in all of our branding work, came to a couple of fun conclusions. He just redid it as campfires and shingle owners and things of that nature. But, I mean, we have a pretty broad spectrum here. From unique users. Grace, just start with how many uniques do you probably see a month?
I think we're at like 80,000, something like that.
Okay. And Kurt, on a non-tornado, non-hurricane day or month, you probably do that in a day?
Well,
an hour?
Yeah, I mean, it's 60 to 70 monthly, but you got to keep in mind, like, we've got a cable network that's distributed to 100 million homes and an app that's been downloaded over 100 million times. So it's, you know, the way that people get weather and want to get weather, we want to be there for them on any screen.
Yeah. And Julie, Business Insider, huge growth. What are your current uniques?
New record last month, 25 million.
Congratulations. Awesome. So yeah, so I mean, independent could mean very interesting, very engaged design lovers, as in your audience, Grace.
Yes.
To huge service almost industry. It's like the lights, weather. You've got to know what you need to know. To obviously a lot of exclusive information, a lot of slideshows, a lot of activity around stuff that's happening near and dear to this space. Anything in terms of how you think about being independent? Is it an opportunity, threat? Is it exciting, challenging? Grace, do you want to start?
It's interesting. For my niche, which is particularly lifestyle blogs, I think independent was the assumption in the beginning. Most of the blogs that I work with that have been around since like 2003, 2004, everyone was independent, everyone was aggressively anti-advertising except for me. And I think now independent is a rarity, and it's something that people are like actively seeking out, VC money, actively seeking out being purchased by a larger lifestyle brand. And I still don't believe in that, but I think that's what most people are kind of working towards at this point. So for me, it's something that I'm really clinging on to, is something I believe really fully in, is staying independent as long as humanly possible.
Kurt?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've worked in a big public company, and now I'm in a independent, privately held company. And what I appreciate is just the velocity in which we make decisions and our focus, right? I mean, so there's no question every day when we come in to work that we're focused on the weather and what we want to do with the weather, both from providing information, but also I think providing programming and content to people that are interested in the weather and climate change. And so I've really liked this, the notion of write a business plan, let's talk about it, let's talk about the impact on the business, and you just kind of go, which has been incredibly refreshing.
I would agree with that. Excuse me. And I think the best thing about being independent for us is the idea that there's no legacy, anything that we have to take into consideration, so we can just build for the medium, or maybe the mediums, given that mobile is so important. But there's no considerations of, well, how will that affect the other businesses? This is the business. The digital business is the only business, and that's incredibly liberating. And there are occasions when I might miss big media and all the power of a big team and the support that brings, but it doesn't compare to the power of build something for how we consume media today. Full stop. That's very exciting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. For us, we have a different tension, right? So the Weather Channel's been around for 30 years. And the reason that it came to be was that people wanted local weather in their community. And we try to hold on to that as much as we see the digital channels exploding within the company. Like Local on the 8s is a brand to us. Now we've got to reinvent it. We've got to make it Local on the 8s in a real-time weather world. means different things, right? But within the company, what I've come to appreciate, we have people that have been there and know, like I'm a history major, so I really appreciate kind of where the company has come from. We've got a lot of very smart, digital, technical, kind of data-oriented people too. And I think the art from us has been, how do you blend the different cultures, the different mindsets, and the different experiences in terms of where we want to go and where we've been. And I think that's a real challenge for a lot of companies when you talk about even an independent company one day, and David Kenny says this all the time, like great companies are bought, not sold. But I think if you're an independent company, like that could happen to you one day. And so thinking through the cultures and how they come together is an interesting challenge.
Yeah, I spent a few years at Scripps Network, so I get the cable network digital thing pretty well. Talk to me a little bit about, you mentioned mobile, and I think I was going to talk about it a little bit later, but I do think it's probably one of the biggest shifts, other than perhaps programmatic and data, which we'll come to in a second. But talk to me a little bit about mobile. I mean, how much of your customer base is on mobile, exclusively mobile? How much do you get up in the morning and think about mobile? Julie, you want to start?
The thing about mobile and news consumption is that 68% of mobile news consumption, news as distinct from weather, is on the mobile web. So mobile is incredibly important and incredibly fast growing. Our mobile numbers don't even compare. I mean, it's not in the same zip code as your mobile numbers, but we feel like the mobile web, the importance of that choice is not diminishing for us. The apps are really important, and the new apps are coming out in July. I'm very excited about them. But mobile web is where we can't neglect mobile web in favor of apps. It's still growing as a percentage of traffic every month, which I find extraordinary. And I think for a business audience, that's never gonna it's never gonna diminish. It's only gonna keep growing. But it's not. News is just so different from function. You need to know a piece of information like weather. You don't need to know the news in the same way. So that tension between app and mobile web is very different for, I think, a news site.
What about app, mobile web versus desktop for you? Julie, is it?
I mean, it's funny, we don't know yet, and someday someone will invent the measurement that will tell us. But because we have registration is not important to the site, it's not a big part of the site.
Yeah.
We don't really know what the overlap is, and what if people coming to the different mediums for different reasons, or is it the same intent? But one thing is for sure, the usage is very different across the three. I mean, the fact is the tablet usage, page views per session is the highest of all of those, which I guess just speaks to what a pleasurable experience it is to consume content on your tablet. And the mobile web is very, it's a really quick session, which is another challenge about mobile. And the desktop usage is very steady. Like, it's not going down. It's going down as a percentage. But that's a lot about the business user who's sitting in the office for a good part of the day, or on the laptop when they're not in the office if they're traveling. So I think that's a specialized use case.
Grace, for you, the tablet must have changed the world a bit, or no?
It has and it hasn't. It hasn't changed the world in the way that Pinterest changed the world for people who work in lifestyle. I mean, that was just like a stake in the ground, and everything changed after that. A tablet, I still think it's cost prohibitive for a lot of our readers. You really have to develop pretty specifically for that. And frankly, most design bloggers aren't working with the type of money you need to develop like a tablet-specific app or something. I do think it's something that we're going to move into, that all design bloggers will move into, primarily because we're image-based. And so if you've got a larger piece of device in front of you with which you can run beautiful images, that's going to pull people over. But in terms of mobile, in terms of phones and things like that, that's been harder. I've seen some design bloggers do apps, but it really kind of dumbs things down into the simplest possible version of what you do. And I think that works for something like Pinterest, where it's just image, 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 image. But if you're a blog where writing is involved or tutorials are involved, whether it's recipes or projects, it can be really difficult to translate. So I think our niche is still kind of figuring that out.
Kurt, I always thought perhaps your mobile apps could throw back to cable television and bring them audience. I mean, I assume your apps are outrageously successful.
Yeah, I mean, Apple just announced top 10 for phone and iPad, so we're the number 2 download on iPad and number 7 on iPhone. So obviously, pretty big deal. And I think that just speaks to the importance of the weather and the strength of the brand over 30 years. Like when people want the weather, they're typing in the Weather Channel and getting the apps. But yeah, we spend a lot of time, so we're set up in business unit between cable and digital. And at the management team level, we do talk a lot about how we make sure that there's a flow in the audience between the digital properties and the cable properties. I think that there certainly is a lot more that we can be doing, and I think that we can do a better job. And there's a lot of focus on that in terms of the shift in the movement of the audience overall, as well as monetization and making sure that we take advantage of the leadership that we have. And what I'd say on that is, from a revenue side, we're already seeing a migration where size mattered for the last 2 years, and it's kind of like Yahoo homepage, where people just wanted reach on mobile in a well-lit environment. It was an easy place to go, and I'm seeing a trend that looks very much like what happened in display, where now you've got a lot of the mobile ad networks coming in, selling slices of audience, and size alone for us isn't good enough, right? And so there's a whole migration now taking place in mobile monetization, which I'm sure we'll touch on in a bit.
Let's talk about the other big trend, which has a lot to do with data, big data. And Kurt, you probably know a lot about this historically, but programmatic space has really kind of the last couple of years taken off. I mean, it was a big part of Federated's success in 2012, and presumably will be as well in 2013. How big data is? How much is that a part of your mix, or how important is understanding that business at this stage versus, let's say, direct sold business?
So I built the unit at Publicis Group in 2008 that focused on the buy side of it. And in 2008, if you were to ask most of the client teams and even the agency people if it was going to be a big deal, they actually didn't really know what you're talking about, right? So they're like, what is this real-time buying of ads? But we thought that it would become the big deal that it's become. I would say now on the other side of it, when I took the job, a year ago, there was really not a big focus on networks or programmatic at weather in general. And I'm looking at the budgets I'm leaving to where I'm going, and I'm like, boy, we're not going to participate in that. We've got to participate in that, and we just need to be smart about it. But we kind of look at it as two different marketplaces. So the teams would be like, let's send the team out, let's go call on the trading desk. And I'm like, you can, but I really think that these guys just want to buy in real time. They're focused on automation. They're focused on price, and got that. But why don't we really focus on how we leverage our data to differentiate? And instead of putting teams on how do we get really good at making $1.10, $1.60, what we focused on more was how do we go talk to marketers about the impact of weather on sales and build more of a real-time marketing platform and make our data immensely valuable and the inventory around it. And that's really been the focal point, because I think that changes marketing business, and it changes the path that we're on in terms of being a partner. So that's how we've thought about data, which has meant hiring different people. We've brought in a lot of folks that are borderline, data scientists, ad tech experts, and basically said, go. And then with the right, between David and myself, we kind of know how to talk to marketers. That's what we did for a very long time. So just putting that story together has been relatively effective for us.
So if you had to rough and tough percentage-wise, you're using data to sell direct, but then you also have a programmatic business?
Yeah, we do both. I mean, so what I would say is we've created 3 tiers of the marketplace, right? We've got the automated programmatic, 25% roughly of the revenue coming in. My whole focus on that is improve yield, improve ad quality. Let's be smart about that. There is no way, we went all the way through the alphabet on winter storms this year, and when those winter storms come in, you're not going to have a direct sales team that's like, boy, it's Friday night and, you know, winter storm, whatever is coming into town, like, let's call the clients up and we're going to kick it out on Saturday. Like, not going to happen. And so, you know, having the programmatic marketplace there to kind of monetize those winter storms has been fantastic for us. And if I were a media buyer, I'd be like, boy, you know, there's some storms coming in. We should be on top of this. There's probably a good opportunity for AT&T or whoever it might be. Then we've got our direct channel. And then we have what I would consider more of an enterprise sale with this weather effects initiative.
Julie, Business Insider, again, programmatic and direct sold. What's your approach there? Has it changed? Is it different? Is it the same?
It's evolving for sure. I mean, your former colleague, Pete Spandy's doing an awesome job on the direct side, and so a lot of our inventory is taken up there. And also, there's no programmatic channel yet for the native advertising units we're selling, so that is all direct, and we love that business, and we lean into it and want that to keep growing. The programmatic side is interesting. It's certainly growing. I'm psyched about the improvements we've made in the yield there. It's not that big a part of our business. I think Doug Weaver had a very helpful metaphor for this, you know, kind of breaking down programmatic into efficient ad buying is one thing that it means, and then all kinds of fancy data matching and targeting is the other thing that it means. And these things kind of get shoved together in one label called programmatic. So we're definitely seeing a lot of action around the data and the targeting, and we don't actually bring to the table yet a ton of our own data, you know, maybe someday, but clearly that's not going away. The ability to find and micro-target the customer and pay a premium for that works. The automation, you know, the one thing that surprised me so far, or puzzled me, is the very slow evolution of the private marketplace, which is something we believe in and have been very actively pursuing, and it makes a lot of sense, and it's premium, and there's just all this chatter and not much happening yet in that space. And I hope that changes, because it makes a lot of sense to me from a publisher perspective, and I appreciate the efficiencies from the marketer perspective. But so far, it's a lot of talk and not that much action. And
you need to know what you want. Like, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. Like, our original thesis when we started on the programmatic path on the buy side was to only go private and to only go premium. And it didn't work well because there wasn't enough scale. Mm-hmm. And so you were spending all this time, but you weren't really getting enough scale, and you're like, boy, this is like, you know, a lot of manpower, and it's not converting. So I think as quality, I think the marketers are going to get smarter about this. I think they're going to get smarter about how their money's spent and all the different pieces along the way that lead to quality and results. And those things take time, but ultimately they're going to want, I think, their brands to be in a good place at the most cost-effective point that it should be. And I think they need to, you know, figure out how to come in and sit down with you and say, here's what I'm ultimately trying to achieve.
Grace, can these two have teams of people? You have the Federated team, but as a content, you know, creator yourself, does the notion of programmatic concern you? Is it just part of business today?
Honestly, it's part of business. I think it's something we can't really escape, and I'm fortunate to have a very small team of 2 people who kind of manage the ad side of my business, and so they have to deal with that a lot more than I do, which is one of the nice things. I try to keep editorial and advertising as separate as possible, which is becoming harder and harder, but keeping that separate line has been helpful because it helps me sort of focus on growing the business from a content perspective and not so much the ad perspective.
So to John's point, we're going to stay focused on the humanity side of things as opposed to big data. But let's talk a little bit about native and what Federated knows as conversational marketing or content marketing as the industry. Original series, you announced at the New Front and possibly even at your Upfront some original
weather
series.
films, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we really want to stay kind of true to our content will be more, when it gets out of the hard news of the weather, speaking to what we call the weather enthusiasts, right? So it's people that are interested in, boy, the weather is kind of bizarre lately, like it's changing a lot. My daughters are like, does it snow in Chicago 1 month? And, you know, so people want to know the why behind that, and we want to make sure that they're informed on, what is going on with the climate and what do we need to know about it. But at the same time, if you work outside with your hands, like the weather matters to you too. I'm an athlete. I think that for athletes, weather matters. So we really want to help people understand and connect with the weather because they're enthusiastic with the topic. And there's roughly 40 million people out there that feel that way. And so that ranges from cold and flu and pollen, right? And so we feel like there's a great content experience, and we're investing heavily in video. Like that's been the big focal point for us, which is not just the news of weather, but really telling the story of weather and what that means overall. So Neil Katz moved over from HuffPo, and he's really on that mission right now. And the brands are, the marketers are connecting with that. I think we'll do it in a way that's different than any other media company, the way that we think about weather, and hopefully be successful.
Julie, what are the highlights of your native programs, and what's new or worth remarking?
We've definitely expanded a lot over the past year. So where we might have considered a sponsored post to be a native format, now we'll have sponsored video and slideshows and sponsored infographics and kind of the whole gamut of content that we produce editorially, we can now produce for marketers. I think the next, watch this space is figuring out the right native format in mobile, and we're working very hard on that. It's something that makes a lot of sense for a B2B audience, I think, because these are often, sophisticated, serious sales processes. Like, you don't just buy a new server by sort of seeing a billboard. So the idea of being able to communicate in some detail and nuance about, brands and products makes a lot of sense in the B2B space. The biggest challenge, I think, is just operationalizing it all and making it efficient. So I was excited to hear the API talk this morning here. If we can sort that out, that could be a really great thing. I find it, there's so much friction in the journalism community about the appropriateness of this all. And I'm puzzled by that also. I feel like we're so transparent in everything we do. There's no lack of labeling. Like, there's really no chance that a piece of sponsored content on our site is anything other than a piece of sponsored content. I don't understand why people have their knickers in such a twist about this. But I think it's here to stay, and I think it can be very effective when it's done right.
I say, Grace, you have experience here. How do you feel about sharing your stage with
I have a great experience being the lone dissenter of people who hate this. I have got to be officially or unofficially the most hated blogger at Federated for this reason, because it's so different. I didn't start my website to start a business. I started it to express this very personal, very creative part of myself, and to now have to force that through the lens of a brand is so frustrating. And it's interesting because the new generation of bloggers that have been blogging for 1 or 2 years, this is the world they were born into. To work with a large company or a box store on something is completely normal and not a problem for them. But if you were like me and you started out 10 years ago and you stepped out being like, I'm a writer, I'm going to keep these things separate, to now be like, by the way, this is sponsored by so-and-so, and they're sponsoring this. And even if it's labeled, I've found that if you're just of a certain generation, people have different expectations of you, despite the fact that they may know you need to fund things to pay a team and produce free content. But it's difficult because it definitely went from being like a blogger's market to a market now where the clients just kind of have you wrapped around their finger, and it's a matter of, do you want to continue producing your site, or do you want to drive a car that's wrapped in a giant advertisement? Like, that's the world that we live in now, and it sucks, to be honest. As a publisher, it's just not fun anymore. But I'm hoping that there's going to be a way that this wiggles out and works for everyone. But as a producer, it's not fun. I do think your average blog reader doesn't care quite so much that things are sponsored, but they do care if you're somebody who started out saying, like, I don't run blog ads and I don't do sponsored content, and now we have to.
All right, I was seeing the red buzzer, but at the buzzer, I feel like we've talked a lot about the last 12 months. What's, if you had to quickly name something you're excited about in the next 12 months? Kurt, I'll start with you in the middle. What's exciting for you?
Right now, the biggest thing is, like, we're just on this path of connecting weather to sales. It's a third of the economy, and when you're on something big, and so we'll be we'll be really continue to push hard on that.
Grace, what are you excited about?
Super excited about videos. I feel like that's something that all bloggers have been talking about for years now, but now that commentary seems to be dying down on the web and people are commenting by pinning or liking and things like that, videos give people a chance to kind of get to know the personalities behind the things they do without so much writing, which is sad as a writer, but it's still a way to connect with people a bit more closely. So that's something I'm really excited to move into more.
Great. Julie?
I've worn glasses since the 4th grade, so the idea of voluntarily wearing glasses is not very exciting to me in the least, but I'm somehow oddly excited about building a Google Glass app, something we're going to start in on soon, and we're keenly watching that space. I don't know why, because there's no ads there, as you know, but it's just exciting.
Fantastic. Well, I want to thank all our panelists, and thank John for keeping the independent publisher at the forefront.
You're here.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Loved your comments. We've got solutions. They're coming. Kurt, thank you. Kurt, you win socks so far, but I know there's contenders coming to beat you on the sock front. I've been following the Twitter feed. There's a lot of sock commentary. Next up, I think it's a very interesting job to be the CMO of a company whose clients are CMOs. And that's essentially what Adobe's become. And Ann Lunis is a friend and a colleague, and she's got some pretty interesting opinions about our industry. So I want to bring her up and hear a few of them. So please welcome the CMO of Adobe, Ann Lunis. Sit here. Welcome, Ann.
Thank you so much.
You've had a very busy couple of months. I was fortunate enough with Adam Bain at Twitter to be at a conference about a month and a half ago with you, which was about 20 times the size of this. You had like a 120-foot wall, and amazing, dazzling graphics. And then a week and a half ago, you did Max, which is your sort of massive creative conference, and you brought a little short 45-second clip of what that felt like. So to give you guys a sense of what Ann just accomplished content-wise, why don't we roll the Max clip from Adobe's conference last a week and a half ago. So we didn't have the budget for that kind of AV, despite your very kind sponsorship. And by the way, thank you for making that data visualization that we saw at the beginning possible. Jared, who's here, Jared Cook, was a big team member on that, and I'm told we have another 10,000 views, actually.
Nice.
So apparently people are enjoying that. We can't hit the LoomEscape numbers, but then again, that was a 2-minute video. And I would imagine actually people stare at the LoomEscape for like 10 minutes going,
and you have
at least
to be
I
able
do.
to
I'm like,
see really well.
It's an eye chart. When I look at that video, what I see is, you know, and I don't mean this the wrong way because I know we're going to see something later that has to do with visualizing data, but I see Adobe's roots as a creative company. And you know, I started in this business. My first job was as a desktop publishing jockey, and making magazines, you know, by using your tools, Illustrator and so on, PageMaker. How do you bridge that? Because it seems that now Adobe really is a CMO-focused company, right? but your roots are in really packaged software for people who create things. But you bought a big company in Salt Lake City called Omniture, and you've been then rolling a number of other companies into that. And you're now a company that is trying to merge, if I may, data and humanity, creativity, art and science. And you've watched that whole transition in your role. So when you started, you probably had one set of customers you were marketing to, and now, is it the same set?
Slightly different, but the common thread is it's pretty much all marketing, because we were just doing packaged software. Our market were marketers, the creative services department in marketing, advertising agencies, publishers. So we know those people. And the part that was really missing, and when we first bought Omniture 3 years ago, everyone was like, what are these people doing? But we saw, I think, my CEO saw the connection in that, you're making all this content, and how are you going to manage it? How are you going to measure it? And why let there be another piece that's disconnected? Let's create one single system where the creative people make the content. So your ad agency makes whatever they're going to make. They're able to share it with you, collaborate so you can correct it. And then you post it, and then we help you manage it, and then we help you basically measure it and see what's going on, and then optimize it, and we start all over. So we're trying to create, I would say, a marketing closed-loop system.
Have you found that the market is really ready for that? Because it strikes me that the industry, particularly if you look at the agency world, is still pretty segmented
traditional.
Traditional. In other words, the creative folks kind of come over here with the big ideas and I'm going to make my stuff and leave me alone until I'm done. I'm in my creative process. And the folks who have to buy the media and optimize the media are sort of, in a different room. Do you see that coming together? Is that the goal of what the platform is that you're building?
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to creative people, and I talk to a lot of creative people, they're not satisfied with just making stuff anymore, because you don't get jobs just making pretty things. I mean, I think those days are over. And so without being able to really see whether the stuff is working, they become obsolete. So I think the ability to again, connect those two pieces, and one note about agencies in particular, this is a pivotal time for agencies of any sort, because the traditional things that we were looking at agencies for, making big ad campaigns and beautiful imagery, I think those are still important, but I think the bigger role that agencies can play now is giving you a big idea and helping you accelerate the shift to digital. And I think a lot of the low-level stuff that at least I was using ad agencies for, make me a display ad, help me place search, I'm actually insourcing a bunch of that stuff, because you need such quick turn. Your website, for instance, something's not working, you do a big A/B test, and you got to switch out a headline, you have to switch out copy, new imagery, new photograph. I don't have time to go outside and have an agency do that. And I consider that to be pretty tactical stuff that I can do myself. So I think ad agencies in particular, it's a big wake-up call time.
Well, how do they add value now in that system?
Well, I mean, Goodby is my agency. How they add value is I tell them what my value proposition is, and they come up with a very compelling, creative way for me to express that.
So actually, that's a perfect segue. You didn't know I was going to do this, but I took a screenshot of a campaign you're running currently, and the reason I like it, can you bring it up on the screen if it's possible, is you're really playing off this notion that this big data idea and the sort of science and the algorithms, that marketers shy away from it and don't like it. And this is the value proposition that you brought to Goodby. Tell me a little bit about this campaign.
Yeah, well, just sitting here for the couple hours I've been here, I think I counted 4,000 times that data was used. And I grew up in this industry, and we couldn't really measure anything in the beginning, despite our best intentions. And I really don't think marketers want to have anything to do with data. And it's our job to make this, to surface the insights, to be able to provide data in a consumable format, because we shouldn't have to be data specialists. And I have data specialists and I have analysts, But my job is really to use that for action. And I think marketers are terrified of big data. If you talk to my peers, everybody's like, oh my God, what do I do? It's not, we're not IT, and I hear a lot of IT vendors, coming and trying to knock on doors. And I think that's not the right approach. I think the right approach.
Well, we had them this morning, so.
Well, no.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, we're coming at it from a slightly different angle. In that I think we understand, what marketing people are about, and I think big data it's important, but I think it's marketing data that's really important.
So can we see? I think we have another visual. Can we see what you've got? Something? Is it in beta or alpha?
Yeah,
or, or
alpha
is there
beta? It's an alpha
beta.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it might have been the gal from Sony, that every morning she gets the reports. The famous, 10 megabyte file of different reports. And I was getting those, and I wasn't really looking at them because I didn't know what to look at. So we're working on this project called Tartan. And
what are we looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking, I'll tell you in a second. So, so the purpose of this is, as I said, to really give you this data in a consumable format. So think Pinterest for marketers. So I get to decide. I want to see the number of people that come to the website. I want to see which creative is doing best. I want to see the conversion rate for this campaign. And I basically pick cards, and I place them on this dashboard. I can, I'm hooked up to my, my team. I'm also hooked up to my agency. And these are the cards that I'm interested in at any given moment. I don't want to see one, boom, it goes away. I want to go deep on one. I can actually go into the reports. And if I'm an analyst, that's my job. I will go further in. If I'm me, I want to just get the high-level picture. And I don't want 10 reports. I want it in a very visual format. So, this is just getting started. But for me, this is the most exciting thing that I've seen.
Now, we had Michael Lazzaro here before. You have the Adobe Marketing Cloud. They have the Salesforce Marketing Cloud. Are they the same thing?
Hell no.
Well, I bet you think yours is better.
I do.
But can you, I think there are a number of companies chasing this opportunity.
Sure.
What do you think the keys are to solving it so that you have a product that wins in the market?
Yeah, so I think you can't have just one piece. That's the first thing. So social's an important component, but it's certainly not, the only component. So you need, a mechanism to understand what's going on your website, deeply understand, and I think that requires content management and it requires behavioral targeting. I can't live without that. I don't know what's going on my website unless I have those two pieces, and we have those two pieces. You need analytics. Analytics is the foundation of everything that we do. It basically is the only way that I can assess what attribution I have from the different sources, what people are doing on the site. You don't have analytics, you don't have, to me, the kind of core piece. And then, beyond that, we have predictive media optimization. So I think we have all the pieces.
And well, what about first-party customer data? That
Yeah.
Salesforce would argue we've got all your CRM data. We can leverage that. Can you
So-
pipe that in?
Yeah, we can pipe that in. And
No,
we're
I bet
actually a
Salesforce would say
Salesforce
we can.
customer.
Oh, you are?
We are.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So you guys are singing Kumbaya. You're not competing, right?
No.
No.
I think we're
not,
probably
not, not right. Okay. What do you think the world looks like in 5 years that it doesn't look like now? If you could wave your wand and say, well, this is a start, Tartan. Is this available yet, or is this something you're working on?
Yeah, it's available, and we're piloting it with some customers, including us. If you're interested, you can talk to me offline. So what does it look like? I think it looks like that. I think it's, again, I think the connection between the creative world and the data world has to come together. I think, and this is something that we talk about a lot at Adobe, it's kind of nerdy, but it's the single source of truth. So everybody at most companies has their own kind of silo. The salespeople have their data, the marketing people have their data, and never the two shall meet. And what we have put in place is a group that's responsible for the numbers. There's one group, and everybody has to line up across, the entire organization. So how many people are coming to this site? And if you're a B2C company, this will be relevant to you. And how many of those people are converting? There's one group that's responsible for knowing that, and basically putting out the action plan for how we meet our goals. So I think you need this very visual mechanism to see what the heck's going on, because the data itself is meaningless unless I can make an assessment of what the heck I'm supposed to do, and I can't do it unless I can see it.
Well, you've mentioned many times the site, but I mean, we're getting away, aren't we, from this idea of just the site into a much more distributed, wherever your messaging might be, that might be the equivalent of the site in a distributed way. Wherever there's a piece of glass that bits can be projected on, that's potentially where a conversion occurs.
That's right.
How far along do you think we are as an industry to understanding that? Because it feels like a fractured world.
Yeah, I mean, and bringing it together, again, I think the integration of all of the sources and the places. So, I mean, at Adobe, we have very strong communities. There are 5 million people who love Photoshop, and they're very passionate about that. We have a strong network of internal bloggers, external bloggers, forums, Facebook, Twitter, and now we have Behance too, which a million plus creatives who are very.
Appreciate your acquiring a Federated Media site.
You're very welcome.
Yes.
So aggregating all of that, and again, I don't want a Twitter team and a Facebook team and a Behance team. All these people have to aggregate everything together, and I have to be able to see what's going on in all of those places. And again, take an integrated approach to acting on all of that data.
Well, I wish we could speak longer, but I'm getting the flashing we're done sign.
That was fast.
So it was fast, but thank you very much
You're
for being part of this.
You're very welcome. Thank
And
you.
join me in thanking Ann.
Okay, bye.
Take care. I'm very much looking forward to this next conversation. You may recall that earlier in the morning, I had Neil Moen here, and I asked him a question. And I do read all the tweets that you guys and the live stream folks are sending on the CM Summit hashtag. And I think one of them was, John Battelle asked Neil the "Are you too big?" question, and Neil ducks it. And I don't know if that's fair or not. But in the next conversation, I wanted to bring together a bunch of players who, in one way or another, are both have to cooperate and collaborate with Google, but also are competing directly with Google in one way or another. So please join me in welcoming Rick van der Kooi, the Chief Operating Officer of Online Services Division at Microsoft, Bill Wise, the Chief Executive Officer of MediaOcean, and David Jacobs, SVP and Publisher Sales, AOL Networks. Rick? Good morning. How are you doing, Bill? Good to see you. David, thank you very much. You guys can just sit here. This session is called Ad Stack, Winner Take All.
Winner take all.
Winner take all. And I kind of purposely set this up because one of the things that I get to do is have lots of private conversations with lots of people and do some bricolage on it. And I do hear quite a lot that it's sometimes difficult to navigate in an environment where there is such a large player who has so much power. Sure. Now, Rick, coming from Microsoft, this is something that I heard about Microsoft for years and years when I was covering the industry in the 80s and the 90s, because I started as a reporter when I was 10. And so, you have sort of familiarity with that concept. But when it comes to the full integrated stack of advertising solutions, really Google is the 800-pound gorilla. And so we don't talk about it enough as an industry, what the impact of that is. And I wanted to at least begin this conversation. It can go in any number of directions. And again, there's mics, and these are all very accomplished executives in our industry. So I would like you to ask them questions. But let's start with just a simple one. And anyone can answer in any order. But is Google too big?
Well, for my liking, of course they are too big.
Coming from Microsoft.
I know that's a tough one to answer.
Given that we compete with them on a daily basis. But if you think about it from an industry perspective, whenever you have dominance, you have a risk of uneven value distribution. And I think, as many people here in the audience would be industry players as well, in some shape or form, everybody therefore is exposed to that. And it's therefore more important to think about how you operate in an environment where that is the case, rather than saying, are they too big? I think the reality is they are what they are, size-wise, and it's probably unlikely going to change anytime soon. And the way that I tend to think about it is you have to either get up to scale something that is comparable to scale, to their kind of scale, or you're going to have to look for differentiation, and differentiation against a company that has, of course, a lot of resource at its disposition, or at its disposal, is a high bar, probably. So, but those are sort of the two ways that I think about it.
Yeah, I would also just add, I mean, the reason why Google is so big is they're executing really, really well. And they're providing, and which actually, to be honest with you, is quite fascinating, because they're of the size where sometimes it's easy to not get things done once you get to a certain size. And the fact that they continue to innovate, they continue to execute, they continue to acquire companies, it's truly remarkable what they've been able to do. So that was my one compliment.
I was going to say I was not going to let you leave it there.
Yeah. That was my compliment.
Let's get to a complaint.
So that being said, if you are an executive at an ad agency, if you are a large marketing services company, that is a drug that you will get addicted to. And the question is, where does the market go from there? Google has proven in search that they will disintermediate all the intermediaries they can to go direct to the demand source. So the question is, as they're building, and where this is headed. They have great optimization, they have great black box.
Wait, hold on a second. We have a little time in this conversation, so I get to do something I really like to do, which is unpack a statement. They have disintermediated anybody between them and the demand source. What does that mean?
Well, in search, the amount of in-house search teams at advertisers disproportionately relative to the other media types that they buy, right? Which go through ad agencies or DR shops or other kind of marketing services companies. So the amount of direct to advertiser business they have in search is far greater than what it is in any other media type. So that's history. So if you point at history, all the other things they're doing, whether it be video, whether it be mobile, whether it be display, I would be concerned if I represented advertisers in any way that the same thing would happen.
Aha.
Yeah, I think the way we look at it at AOL is, look, Google's fantastic at what they do. They've built amazing platforms. We believe we're focusing on areas where maybe they're not quite as focused, quite frankly, things like premium content, things like premium ad formats. And what we're trying to do and what we're focused on doing is executing a strategy that allows us to scale programmatically across performance ads as well as premium ads and premium content.
Wouldn't Google say they're doing exactly that as well? I mean, this conversation is being streamed through a premium Google ad, which is true.
Look, I think
they just cut off the connection.
They may have cut it off just for this particular.
Look, I think all of us can say, relative to where we are on the premium scale, what we're focused on in terms of original content, curated content. I think we feel really strong and really confident about the offerings that we're bringing to consumers from a premium content and premium ads perspective. So I think there's a lot of people playing in the ad space, and we're focused on some areas that we believe will provide differentiation. Both from an ads content perspective as well as the optimization and the tools for marketers.
Got it.
The differentiation bar is pretty high, as I was saying earlier, in that differentiation, if you want to have it, it's got to be sustainable competitive advantage. And the next ad format hardly strikes me as the way to get there. So you have to really think about what is unique in what you can bring, whether you're, an AOL or a Microsoft or you are, a much smaller player. What is unique that is going to allow you to do that? Or how are you going to create your own little moat around, the offerings that you bring?
Let's cut through the crap. The reality of it is, we as an industry cannot allow Google to own the plumbing when they are the largest supplier of everything, right? Largest supplier of mobile through Android, largest supplier of video through YouTube, largest supplier of display through DoubleClick. We as an industry need a sizable alternative to combat that, or else.
Define the plumbing.
The adtech stack, right? The full adtech stack.
But they do.
What?
But they do own that.
That's what I'm saying. We as an industry, though, need an alternative.
So how do you think about getting to that alternative?
Listen, I don't think anyone's going to out-Google Google. No one's going to out-engineer Google.
Not even Microsoft?
No.
Thank you.
No.
I told you I was looking forward to this.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So what is this?
With all due respect.
I mean, besides something that I think everyone in our industry really dislikes, which is the idea that the government comes in and mandates that the plumbing be redistributed.
Yeah.
It happened with Microsoft.
Exactly.
It happened with AT&T, and we see where that got us 30 years later. We're back to the same thing.
I think you're looking, in a way, one element of it is the coalition of the willing. Yeah, the coalition of the willing of people that sort of maybe individually don't represent enough scale, but collectively could. And when we made an investment in AppNexus a couple years ago, we could have gone out and acquired AppNexus. We had the resources to be able to do so. We purposely didn't go there because we wanted that to become, in a way, a platform for that coalition of the willing. It's just one example of where we don't necessarily think we need the ownership. We just want to help create that, an industry alternative. And so I think elements like that are indeed credible opportunities.
Sure.
MediaOcean could be one of those.
I appreciate that, Rick.
Yeah, actually, Bill, why don't you tell us, just in case folks don't know, what MediaOcean, because you have shifted as CEO of the business quite significantly. You've had a combination in the last year. So give us a sense of what it is and perhaps how it might play in the world that you're talking about.
Sure. So MediaOcean, I think, is probably the largest advertising technology company that nobody's ever heard of. We traditionally, and MediaOcean was born out of the merger of MediaBank, which is a company that I was running, and Donovan Data Systems, which everyone loves to hate, over the last 40 years, was the media management software that buyers used kind of as a Bloomberg terminal to buy traditional media. So we have about $130 billion worth of ad spend going through our systems. And Donovan kind of should have owned the ad server, but just missed it. And because of that, we're not ever relevant in digital. So the entire kind of thesis around why merge two competitive companies that own the traditional space is we need to migrate to digital. And the approach that we're taking is, kind of on the topic of what we're discussing, which is we're not going to out-engineer Google. But we hope this room collectively can. So we want to create workflow and back office plumbing to enable an ecosystem to live and breed on a common currency. And I think together we potentially could offer a credible alternative to Google. And it's not going to be my development resources. It's going to be creating a common workflow where then we interoperate all the other kind of point solutions that exist in the digital market today.
Well, and David, I think this gets a bit to some of the work that AOL has done, kind of migrating advertising.com to AOL Network. And one of the reasons I'm a big fan of the sort of open ecosystem, messy as it is, as we'll hear later, that anybody can connect, anybody can innovate on top of it. You're a large player in that space. Is this to you, does this thesis hold for you that you have a coalition of the willing? I mean, to me it feels a bit inchoate. I'm not sure I understand how we get there. It sounds good, but without a leader, so to speak, it feels like there's just a lot of sort of middle-sized companies living on the margin.
Yeah, I would say that there's a couple things to your point. One is that the coalition of the willing, I think, can take a number of different forms. It can be one company, it can be 4 companies, it can be 5 companies. What we've done and what we focused on in kind of transitioning advertising.com as a kind of a closed RTB world to more of an open platform is really one around buyers bringing their own terminal access, around launching our own marketplace to allow full monetization from third-party demand sources, not just our own. And quite frankly, doing partnerships with companies like MediaOcean to make it easier for buyers to access premium AOL branded content for media planning of video cross screens. So our perspective has been, we shifted the business from a closed ecosystem to an open ecosystem over the last 2 or 3 years. We're really proud of the progress we've made. And I think there's no question that while there's a Google in the lead, we work very closely with a lot of folks in this room, with a lot of folks on the stage here, to make sure the connections work well. And I think over time we will continue to make advances to make those that work more seamless.
What needs to be done that isn't done right now? What holes are there in this ecosystem that perhaps entrepreneurs can exploit, or perhaps you see opportunity? I'm not asking you for your product, dev, roadmap, but what are the things that you wish existed that might bring us to an ecosystem as you described?
I mean, from my perspective, there's a complete lack of standards and a lack of currency. So I say this all the time, it's easier to execute $1 million TV buy because all you need is MediaOcean and Nielsen, and you can buy TV, and it's completely automated. Yet to execute on a $5,000 digital test is insane. You have to connect with multiple parties. You have to on average touch 9 different companies to do it correctly and optimize correctly. So all that fragmentation needs to be solved for. And there's a complete lack of standards, and IAB has kind of been pushing e-business, and it hasn't been successful. So I think if we as a company, as an industry, are gonna grow up and kind of continue to steal share shift, I think when I look through kind of the digital ecosystem, there were 2 main growth areas that got us to where we are in terms of market share. The first was search, and I think the second was ad exchanges. And the common denominator there is not necessarily the fact that it's biddable inventory. I think it's the fact that there were a handful of suppliers that ruled. So in search, there was, in essence, a duopoly, kind of still is. And in ad exchanges, there were a couple of major ad exchanges that dominated the supply sources. And that created a level of efficiency where then demand can jump on. And I think everything in the middle is actually where the bigger opportunity lies in terms of growth, and it's completely fragmented.
No, what do you mean by everything in the middle? I just want to...
display, video, mobile.
All right. That which is being transferred.
And kind of premium programmatic, if you will.
Okay.
There is, I totally agree with Bill, that there is a lot in the workflow that still needs to be optimized for that to work. That's also what Dave was talking about when he said, working those seams. But we shouldn't forget about just innovation itself. The innovation that should be coming out of the ecosystem, out of ad tech players, out of publishers, out of marketers that can compete effectively. If you look at new consumer services still develop every day. They turn into their own, you could say, juggernauts overnight. And it isn't as if ad tech is completely analogous to that, but there are opportunities to do further innovation there. And if I just take the example of Bing as a consumer service, 3 years ago we had 7% share. Now we have 17% share. That is just by focusing on the basics and then developing innovation on top of that.
Oh, when you say share of what? Just help me understand what you mean by
consumer market share.
Of attention to your product?
Numbers of queries out of the total market.
You're talking about search?
Yes.
Okay.
taking search as an example. But again, in an environment, and not to overly focus on Google, in an environment where there is indeed a dominant player, there are still ways to, to innovate against that and to.
I mean, it's been a real slog for Microsoft to get those 10 points of share. And you also have an important deal with Yahoo that's part of that. So as long as you're here and you're in charge of the online services, you going to keep that deal?
For the foreseeable future, we're going to keep that deal.
I just had to ask.
Yeah, no, despite the rhetoric or things, people sort of love to sort of prod and try to poke into the marriage, into the happy marriage. But, things are going very well. The results speak for themselves.
Right, right.
I mean, our search results and our search performance, let's say if you go by the quoted numbers of the online advertising division, which is really where all of our advertising rolls up, those results are, I'll say going gangbusters. They're really, you can just check up on the numbers there. And that's driven by search, I'll say.
That's good to hear. I mean, I think you guys are. It's a funny thing for Microsoft to be the underdog, but in search, I think that's a fair statement.
Very much.
And as long as we're talking with a bunch of marketers, I'm sorry to work this seam so hard with you, and I'm going to get to AOL in a second, but you've been recently running a marketing campaign, which is very specific and somewhat controversial in that it really takes Google to task on the issue of privacy and data. Why did you make that decision, and is that working? Are the results coming back in ways that you expected or didn't expect?
It's more a statement. It's more a statement that consumer privacy matters, and it's not a campaign. If you're talking about Screwgold as the campaign,
That pretty much says it.
It is about data usage and sort of highlighting how data is being used. And I do think, again, if you think about innovation or the evolution of advertising, I do think you have to innovate and you have to build businesses that are transparent to your users. And I don't think we've done a great job at building transparent businesses to users. Everybody out here is a user and a consumer. And in some form, they're also a participant in the ad industry. As an industry, we haven't focused on the consumer enough. This is sort of our play towards that.
To go back to AOL, when Tim came in and really started working on the brand, it was clear that it was a brand that needed to be restated and reformed. As you think about where it is now, is it where you think it's going to be? And what you said earlier, you thought a point of differentiation in this world might be, or is in your case, premium content.
Sure.
Is that enough?
Well, I would say this, that premium content in and of itself is a means to provide solutions for consumers, and then you need to connect that with the ability to do that obviously successfully, profitably, and at scale. So in terms of is it enough, the reason we have what we call this barbell approach, which is around premium content and performance and results, is really to try to connect that through things like Bill mentioned with workflow. Call that programmatic, call that what you will, but it's not manual and it's not paper-based IOs, but it's providing solutions at scale. The one thing we talk a lot about, and I've started to talk a lot about recently, is this notion of, you heard Terry talk about consumers earlier, the notion that consumers are in charge. Well, today, 40% of the advertisers' dollars are getting to the publisher, which is really what's getting invested in the consumer experience. And we believe that ultimately, if Terry believes fragmentation is here to stay, which I don't necessarily agree with, we believe compression is inevitable, and that margin compression does need to happen in a way that delivers more dollars to the content producers, that delivers more value to the end consumers.
Hallelujah, first of all. As someone who represents tens of thousands of publishers, hallelujah. But
we're on the same page.
But at the end of the day, that compression feels very similar to what you were describing as the compression in search, where Google was, in fact, you could say, the publisher of search.
Correct.
And they compressed to the point where middlemen were squeezed out. one of those middlemen arguably could be called AppNexus, although I think they see themselves as a platform for the distribution of buy-side intent into sell-side intent. But they do take 8 cents on either side of that, right? So are you a fan of the idea of compressing that?
Yeah, I think making the total workflow more efficient is going to be good for everybody. At the same time, you will need to grow the top line of the value that is available.
Yeah.
So in other words, the value of the impression.
Right.
And most of the impression value, particularly on premium display, has mostly gone in the opposite direction. I do think that there are ways to grow that by that sort of same transparency that I was describing before. And ultimately then it's going to come down to, as Bill said, every business has to make a decision on who they trust to work with. And they have to vote with their wallets in order to think about not just today and tomorrow, but particularly next year and everything that comes after that. And if people aren't doing that, then you may get what you ask for.
Well, I mean, I think that ad campaign made it very clear that you were trying to change people's minds about who they trust.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So, and clearly that, if that's working, I expect we'll hear more of that, both from you and perhaps from others.
Our market share.
Are you guys, would you ever do something like that?
Well, I don't think we're, as a AOL Inc., in a position where we would be spending marketing dollars to try to address that head on. What I will say is, as someone who also represents thousands of premium publishers rely heavily on the technologies that are available today for marketers to reach their consumers. And what I fear is some of the unintended consequences that could come out of some of the discussions that are happening right now around privacy that could have maybe a less clear effect, at least on the surface, from publisher or from consumers when they see an ad or see a message that ultimately results in individual small, medium publishers not able to deliver the results for their consumers that they were able to today or for the last several years. So that's what I would.
By the way, I mean, if there's one area that Google is not winning the battle on, it's on the premium side. So, we spent a lot of time speaking to...
Oh, Neil Mohan was just here, and I think he'd disagree with you.
Well, he's not here now, is he? To defend himself? No? Neil, anywhere? No. They're losing because premium publishers don't trust that they value their brand. And traditional publishers certainly don't trust that digital can monetize at the same levels as traditional can. So, the deal that we actually announced with both Microsoft and AOL a couple of weeks ago was actually taking...
By the way, that was announced after I put the panel together. That was, that was not intentional. This is the most incestuous industry.
It was a coalition of the willing.
It's like I had a panel call, and they're like, wait, John, can you go off the phone while we cut a deal?
Yeah, coalition of the willing. I love that. But it's taking Xbox inventory, taking AOL premium video inventory, and plugging it into our national and spot TV buying systems. And that's the first time that kind of digital inventory is being procured through a traditional buying team, which is just phenomenal. And I think empowering traditional buyers with the digital counterpart is I think the future. And and amazingly, I went out and pitched this to anyone who would listen, and the response I got from Yahoo was, "We're completely sold out. I don't need your help." The response I got from AOL and from Xbox was, "Hey, we're sold out, but what are your prices?" And I said, "They're 60% higher than yours, even at your sold out prices." And they said, "Well, let's talk."
I imagine they did.
And I think I think that's what we need to do as an industry is move the yield curve up. And I think that's the one thing that AppNexus is doing really well, is trying to create one marketplace design where there aren't where publishers can manage their yield curve more proactively.
Now, just so you know, the CEO of AppNexus will be here to have a conversation tomorrow. So we just got just about everybody in this conversation at some point over that day and a half, which I'm really excited about. And there are mics, and we only have a few minutes, so you have a chance to ask these guys anything you'd like. Come to the mics, or raise your hand and someone will find you. But while we do, let me just throw out a possibly implausible scenario. But we've, as a culture over hundreds of years, determined certain pieces of our infrastructure to be so critical and core that they become utilities. The delivery of water, the delivery of vehicles, roads, they've become semi-public property, managed by utility companies that are heavily regulated, or by government, in the case of roads. Do you think the ad stack could possibly become that?
I'm waiting patiently for someone else to answer.
Okay, let me pull back. Because that plumbing, as you put it, and you said plumbing, I didn't, and plumbing generally is one of those categories now. Sure. And there's lots of plumbers. There's a big industry in being a plumber, but the plumbing itself and the delivery itself is a municipal government, job. Delivery of water, delivery of bits and data driven by rules to create interactions between all of us that enrich our lives. That plumbing is currently the ad stack, and as I argued at the opening, could become the plumbing that drives everything in our society, not just what message you see from a marketer, but what happens when you turn up your thermostat, or when you walk into a doctor's office, or when you get into the car that doesn't have a driver. That's the same kind of plumbing that will ensure you get the right message, or get to the right place, or get the right healthcare advice, or your house is the right temperature. That seems super important.
I think it's a continuum, right? All the things you described are kind of general welfare, single oligopoly situations where you need water, you need heat. I would argue that...
Don't you need bits?
Well, you certainly need high-speed internet, right? So I would argue there's a continuum here where maybe you have things that are regulated more around high-speed data and access to that, maybe before you're getting to the ad exchange. So
believe me, I'm not making an argument for more government regulation.
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to keep the conversation going.
I would say the plumbing for us is the ad server, and I think we as an industry have completely commoditized the ad server because we built utilities on top. So if there's one thing that probably could potentially get regulated is the ad server. But I think we as an industry have commoditized it so much that there probably isn't a need.
I think that's that's sort of how I would think about it as well. Before you'd get to, given that it is so commoditized already, the scenario that you're describing wouldn't happen without intervention. And I think on that list, you'd sooner get to the provision of information to the public before you get to the monetization stack in any way.
I appreciate you entertaining the scenario. And if there aren't any questions that I can see, we are just running down our time. So please join me in thanking these guys being willing to discuss a sensitive topic. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rick, Bill. Thanks, Tom. David, thank you so much. A few housekeeping notes before we go to lunch, so bear with me if you will. You actually received an Internet Headquarter Pass as part of your CM Summit Pass, and that $300 value means you can go and check out everything that's back behind us and around during lunch as you pick up lunch. In case you don't know, the password for the IWNY public Wi-Fi is IWNY 2013, all caps, very important. Again, thank you very much to all of our sponsors, and the juxtaposition was not intentional, but Microsoft is sponsoring our lunch, so thank you very much, Microsoft, for lunch. And please come back. We've got an incredible afternoon. Ben Silberman from Pinterest. You heard Grace talk about how that changed her life. And Blake Irving, the new CEO of GoDaddy, among many others. So have a great lunch. We'll see you back here afterwards.